Well, hello, everyone, and good morning. Welcome to Uncivil Law. Hope you're having a great day and happy Friday. We are turning into Karen Reed once again, as it appears the defense is wrapping up. Defense has indicated that they only have 3 witnesses left, a medical expert, someone from ARCA, and someone else who I forget. In any event, they have indicated that they are intending to rest about Tuesday, which seems correct. And so we don't know, of course, how long the state's rebuttal case is going to be. I imagine there's going to be a little bit of state rebuttal case, perhaps a day or two. So we are looking potentially at this pace for the jury to be charged on Thursday or Friday, and the jury to take deliberation perhaps that same day, and depending on details, of course, potentially a verdict by the end of the week. Juries do tend to reach verdicts on Fridays because they don't want to come back on Monday. So Fridays tend to be a day, but this case is, more complicated than many. So, depending on who you ask, at least. So I wouldn't necessarily expect a quick verdict in this case, but that is what we are sort of looking at. So we are looking at a verdict possibly Friday, probably slightly more realistically Monday or Tuesday of next week or the week following at this point. And that's where we're sitting. DUI guy got a seat inside today. That's pretty cool. Good for him, I guess. Decided to go up there, trudge up there in person. That's nice. Let's see what Polymarket is doing today and what they are predicting. Polymarket is currently predicting 26% chance to convict on count 1 or 2 and a 67% chance to acquit on all charges, which leads an implied chance of, let me do math in my head, 7%. Yeah, which leads to an implied chance of 7% to convict only on count 3 or a hung jury. So 26% chance to convict on count 1 or 2, 67% chance to acquit across the board, 7% chance to convict only on count 3 or hung jury. And that's where we're sitting. I think that Polymarket somewhat underestimates the probability. 26% is not an unreasonable prediction, but I think somewhat underpredicts it. Of course, those odds could change fairly substantially depending on what the state's rebuttal case looks like. That is perhaps the biggest unknown in this equation. Because we saw the first trial, we know pretty much what the defense's case is going to look like for the rest of their presentation. They're not going to call Trooper Paul or Proctor or Higgins or Albert, any of those people, because they're too concerned about, well, among other things, they're too concerned about the prosecution being able to really, make something happen with cross-examination, which is not an invalid concern, but that is a lot of what they're concerned about, or at least partially what they're concerned about. And so, yeah. And whether or not they'll get their missing witness instruction, of course, I don't know. Well, we'll see how that all goes. You think hung jury is the most likely outcome? It's definitely not impossible, that's for sure. It's also worth noting, of course, that count 2 comes in 3 different versions, which increases the probability of a compromise verdict. So, yeah. So it comes in, so that also, because it gives them 3 bites at the count 2 apple. So that is definitely a relevant factor. Hope everyone's feeling energized. Do I think they'll retry her? I don't know. I have no idea. I'll tell you what, if I was Judge Bev, though, I'm not doing a 3rd trial. Tell you what, I'm standing down from that trial. That's my view. The UI guy got in today. Good for him. Should be good. Adam Trapp, member for 31 months. Arca today, very good. What the hell is happening? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the 300 of you who are turning in with me this morning. Appreciate it, of course. We should definitely have some sort of threshold. 600 by lunch break seems like a good goal. 600 likes by lunch. Yeah, let's try 600 likes by lunch. If we hit 600 likes by the lunch break, we'll do a merch giveaway. How about that? So let's get those likes started. Excited for Arca? Arca's fantastic. I'm having a good morning. So far, so good. Thank you. Free donuts. I don't know anything about free donuts, but what kind of donuts do you guys like? That's a good chat discussion. What kind of donuts do you guys like? And what brand of donuts do you like? Are you just a plain glazed Krispy Kreme kind of person? Or do you like a little bit more fancy in your donut? At least here in Texas, we've got like voodoo donuts, and there's someone else I think as well that makes like kind of fancy donuts. What kind of donuts do you guys like? Tell me about your donuts. We'll bevel out Arca to testify. Yeah, that's actually like a non-zero question. I appreciate it. Apple fritter. Apple fritter's a good call. Jelly donut. Yeah, apple fritters. Do they count as donuts? For the purpose of this discussion, yes, they do count. We could also count in danishes if you guys like in this discussion. I will allow danishes as being a donut for the purpose of this discussion. Buckeye donuts on OSU. Peanut butter jelly donut, nice. Boston cream. Boston cream is okay sometimes, but it's a little much. So it's like an every once in a while kind of thing, but it's a little much sometimes. Vanilla slice, maple bars, sour cream donut. Are bagels not donuts? No, bagels are rejected. Cheese Danish, there you go. Any cake donut, vanilla slice, cherry cream Danish. Dunkin' Donuts, the Dunkin' Donuts that are good are the little donut holes. That's where the Dunkin' Donuts are at. Not so much with a regular donut, but the Dunkin' Donut holes is where it's at. Powdered sugar. Munchkins? Yeah. 100%. Strudel? Hmm. Dunkin' Donuts doesn't make their donuts in house? That's lame. There needs to be a donut version of a turducken. That's a pretty good idea. I live in Houston. Dunkin' Donuts chocolate frosted. Coconut cream? Nah, not so much with coconut. Not for me. All donuts are good donuts as long as there's a giant mug of coffee to cut the sweetness. Bacon and maple frosted? Respect. You're on a donut and this discussion isn't helping? I hear you. Lobster claw? Lobster claw is a donut? If lobster claw is a donut, I have follow-up questions. It's a donut? Hmm. Hmm. Is lobster claw like a bear claw? Maybe that's what is going on. It's like a bear claw? Okay. Also, in different news, the Switch 2 just came out. So I might pick up one of those. Incidentally, I need to recommend watches for $800. Um, for $800, good watches to look at are Tissot. The Tissot Gentleman is a good watch to look at in particular. I like a lot at that price point. Hamilton, really good watches to look at that price point. The Murph is good at that price point. Also, they make several versions of the khaki field at the $800 price point that are very good. Seiko makes some good stuff at the $800 price point. If you want something a little bit more dressy, like their Cocktail Time series, is about $800. Also, the Seiko Alpinist is about that price point. Very good, very good. Go anywhere, do anything watch. That's about $800. Let's see what else is good for around $800 in watches. There's some Seikos that are $800. Also, Citizen makes great stuff. You can get for that kind of price point. Some Chinese brands, if you want to go that way in particular, there's some good value for money. You can actually do like less than $800 from some Chinese brands, like San Martin. Bulova. Bulova makes some decent watches, particularly their Precisionist line is very interesting. I think those are like $600. Those are some good watches around those choices. G-Shock, if you're spending $800 on a G-Shock, I have follow-up questions. For $800 for a G-Shock, what are you looking at? Some sort of like used titanium for $800 for a G-Shock? That's a lot of money for a G-Shock. What kind of watch do we think Crash Daddy wears? That's a good question. An engineer's watch. Maybe Milgauss. Aquaterra. That'd be good. Because of the high magnetic resistance. Tudor now makes Mattis certified stuff, so Tudor's always good at that price. You want a winding grandfather clock? That's cool. Yesterday, I went and looked at a Nomos Neomatic Club Sport 42 millimeter. Retail is $4,000. It's such a beautiful watch. I don't think I'm going to buy it. I don't think I can really afford it, to be honest. But it's a beautiful watch. You still want the B-Fish custom? If I ever finish making one, Maximum Bacon, if I ever finish making one. Do I like metal band? I tend to prefer metal band for a watch over leather. I don't own any leather. Right now, I'm just wearing an FKM rubber. So. A Rolex is worth the money. From a technical perspective, for like the stainless steel watches, yes. Yeah, yes, a stainless steel Rolex is worth the money at retail.
Yeah.
And they also hold their value, which is also nice. So not only are they worth the price from what goes into the watch, They actually justify their cost in terms of the value, from a technical perspective, but they hold their value, which is also really nice.
The Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Hi, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And good morning, jurors. Good morning. So happy Friday. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday, day before? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into the case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? No? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Okay, I understand we have a witness this morning?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission?
Yes.
We would ask to join us Dr. Dan Wolfe.
Okay.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm hungry like the wolf.
But we'll see how. Thank you, Tony.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case that I'm hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And so, sir, we're going to try and keep the keep the air conditioning on this morning, so I'm going to ask you to speak really loudly into that microphone. And Mr. Jackson, you do so as well, please, okay?
Of course, Your Honor. Dr. Wolfe, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat. Get really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolfe, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy-absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine-resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy-absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Objection. Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way, does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction, anything having to do with human factors?
Yes, so my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond to that? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events. What
role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope and cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No, let's start with your education. I want education, training, and background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. Some of my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. And we ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation?
Correct.
What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry, so a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate, of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis or evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle.
What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA.
You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So, as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you, as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you maybe a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case. When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
Good morning. Yeah, if we can get enough super chats today to justify a flight and hotel expenses and other incidentals, then I might go up there. I don't know what it would be for sure. If we get somewhere even vaguely close, I'll do more pricing. But for a flight out there, it's probably something like $350, $350 round trip, and then of course the hotel is probably at a premium because a lot of people are trying to be there, so hotel expense is probably going to be high. So $600 seems like a reasonable back of the envelope analysis, but if we get close, we'll do more pricing and see what we can do. Hello, hello.
No, no. She's going to make them tread very carefully on this.
I suppose so, yeah. I got gear to stream? No, I'd be attending the court in person. That was the entire point. So I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be attending the court in person.
Don't you have to like be a part of a raffle to get in though?
Well, I have no idea what that is in terms of actually being able to get in. I have no idea what the procedure is for that. So
Or that might just be for media.
I assume it's first come, first serve for members of the public. So I'd probably have to show up pretty early in the morning, I'd imagine.
That would be awesome if you were able to get in. Like, I'd like to see that. That'd be cool. Sit down next to Karen's parents and say, hey, what's going on? Check out Airbnbs too. Sometimes they can be a little bit.
I don't really do Airbnbs anymore. I found them to be,
Yeah, I've only done one.
they can be a very touchy experience sometimes.
Oh,
And if I'm going to do this at the last minute, I need something that's a guarantee.
It's a
I can't
pinnacle.
deal with private owners with problems. I can't deal with that bullshit. So it would have to be a hotel.
gotcha.
No public in the court. There is no public in the court.
When you were
Because
initially
really?
hired to look at the facts
Seriously.
and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew
No
Rentschler,
public?
and
Oh,
Scott Klein.
In that case, I guess I'm not going. If there's no
Describe
public, I
what
guess
the
I'm not going.
materials were that
So,
you were provided
never
in your
mind.
initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's
Yes.
permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided, is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but
Understood.
yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe, when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged, describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
Okay. In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate, and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle-pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle-pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
Can you repeat that question for me, Mr. Jackson?
May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile such as the drinking glass could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you undertake in furtherance of answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And
We had a potato gun.
He has the coolest job.
we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds.
Didn't I see
to be
this
able
on
to determine
Mythbusters with the
what would
chicken
the damage
ones?
pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
Speaking of which, doesn't like either Adam Savage or Janie Heineman like still run like the shop, even though they're not on TV anymore? So could we literally hire the Mythbusters to be expert witnesses? Because that'd be awesome. We'd get them to do the case. That'd be great.
That would be cool.
I mean, they're at least as qualified, as some of these other people based on their experiences. So, hey, let's go for it.
Speed video,
Yes.
and all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, Mayor,
Let's hire Jamie. Yeah, let's get him. The walrus testifies. Yes.
8.5 by 11
Surprise rebuttal
documents
witness,
that contain
bitch.
2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
If we could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time?
I'm gonna need one in the same voice going, currently pursuing.
If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31-mile-an-hour test, handing to the clerk order with the court's permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you.
Okay.
You wrote the acronym wrong, ARCA acronym wrong. I get it wrong literally every single time.
It's fine.
It's like how many A's, how many R's, how many C's, and in what order?
37-mile-an-hour
Also, are there
test.
any other exciting letters? Because I don't know, man, sometimes. ARCA doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, I have to say. Aperture is a better name.
Court's permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry,
You need
present
a
exhibit
rebrand.
213.
Okay.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the court's permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37-mile-an-hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is, so right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens. That's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31-mile-an-hour test and the 37-mile-an-hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing,
remember these pictures
were you
last
able
trial.
to make a determination as to
No,
whether
they're
or not
definitely being
either
more thorough
one of
with
these
exhibits and stuff.
velocities, the 31-mile-an-hour velocity or the 37-mile-an-hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed?
Yes, from the 37-mile-per-hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37
The 37. What about the 31?
didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine, that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test, compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under
Mr.
what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with a drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of, in the data that you received, that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3, so that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device
dummy?
that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics.
Is it just a crash dummy with extra
crash
words?
forces? So it's a
You
device
crash this
that
dummy's thing in my head.
reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
That's what I thought it was. I'm like, why are we making this so complicated? Anthropomorphic testing. You mean a crash test dummy?
Yeah, just tone it down, please.
Who knew it had a more fancy scientific sounding word? Holy shit.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to
Once there was a girl who.
Exactly.
Okay.
have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have
She
caused that skull
couldn't quite
fracture.
explain it. She's always just been bobbing.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
No, I didn't,
Yes.
because I'm a hack.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Wolfe?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
You're not going to let that go.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Oh,
Not at that time, no.
At some point subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you are available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
is this questioning improper or something?
They could be viewed as leading,
Okay.
I suppose, depending on exactly how you interpret what a leading question is. But yeah, but Jackson does tend to provide leading questions. It doesn't bother me as much because some of the questions can be viewed as foundational rather than like substantive. But, it depends on people's taste about various things. Like a lot of people said that, like, for example, Brennan was asking a lot of leading questions when he was on direct. And honestly, I didn't notice because, well, first of all, like technically what is leading can get tricky. And also it doesn't bother me as much because some of those are foundational, but that's the issue, I suppose. So to the extent there is an issue.
I see the issue as they don't want anything brought up about the FBI or Justice Department. They're trying to keep that completely out. And I think maybe he was told to not bring it up and he's
Yeah.
trying to do it in a roundabout way because he tends to do that. I like Jackson, but he does tend to squeeze the tube and you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, kind of deal.
Yeah, like strictly a leading question is a question that suggests the answer. So it can get tricky, but like one way of splitting the difference is like the difference between did you go to the park versus you went to the park, didn't you? Like, did you go to the park is strictly speaking not leading because it doesn't suggest whether the answer is yes or no.
Right.
And so either yes or no is equally viable from that question. As opposed to you went to the park, didn't you? Suggests yes, I went to. That's the suggestion. So, a non-leading question like who, what, when, where, why, how, right? If your question starts with who, what, when, where, why, how, it's probably not leading. It can be depending on what exactly you ask, but direct is who, what, when, where, why, how,
Okay.
and then you sort of get out of the way. But it can be a little frustrating sometimes if you apply it a little more strictly because it can be a little hard to signal the witness where you want them to be sometimes if you are very strict about
Right.
leading versus not leading.
I imagine so.
But also under the rules in, I think, every jurisdiction, although who could say for sure, but like foundational questions are usually excluded within the scope of the rule itself. So like if I asked like, I don't know, let's suppose we're discussing a robbery that happened in a parking lot at a grocery store. And so I say, you said you went to the parking lot of the grocery store on the evening of whatever, blah, 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 didn't you? Like, so that's leading, but it's also foundational for what I'm going to ask about what happened once you were there. So,
Right. And it puts me where you want me to be too, as far as
Yeah.
the question. Gotcha.
so these lines can get tricky and depends a little bit on judges' taste.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolfe. So ultimately in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data, in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed, what testing did he do, what type of experiments, what type of data analysis, ultimately to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolfe present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Are we going to watch all 140 pages?
Your Honor, I have a thumb
I
drive
guess.
that I believe represents the PowerPoint. Do we know this is marked?
Yes, is this coming into evidence?
I'm agreeing it's demonstrably made on evidence.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification.
I hate
We can mark it for
PowerPoint.
identification for the time being and discuss it later. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's the devil.
I agree.
BBB for identification.
Hated making them. I hated watching them. I hated them.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point.
Get
as we're
your own
discussing
spotlight.
this. Do you recognize what's
Fine.
on the screen?
You want your
Yes.
spotlight
What is
and your
this?
cannon.
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we could move to the next slide, please. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicating in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolfe if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is to the
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
in your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is the problem with what is a static test? I don't know what the problem with what is a static test. I don't know how you could ask a more open-ended question than what is a static test. So if anyone knows what the objection to what is foundation, he didn't discuss. I mean, it's right. It says static right on the screen. So I don't even know what we're. I got nothing. I got nothing.
It's literally part of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint too. It's part of the prosecution's information. What's the issue? Makes no sense.
I strike that.
It wasn't static. It wasn't a test. I don't know about any of that, but okay. Asked and answered? No.
What testing did you...
These people do not believe in asked and answered, okay? These people in this trial, I'm sorry, these people in this trial clearly do not believe in asked and answered. They ask the same questions over and over and over again.
Yeah,
this judge has never heard of she's never heard of the objection asked and answered. She has no idea what you're talking about. Man, Jesus, yeah.
Note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph. What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also
Arm
meet
move.
that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that
He couldn't say
Dr.
it real
Welcher appears to be
quick.
wearing an orange T-shirt?
Yeah.
Sustained.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that T-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Miss Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please.
Just destroying aperture.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight. What components were damaged in this alleged interaction. So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic, and there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom. along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just a moment more?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes.
Ooh.
It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was
We
just
can
waiting
write
for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
One heck of a 3D printer.
Yes. Pretty big. Well, depending on how it's mounted, maybe not, but still, yeah. We're doing a little show and tell now?
You have it with you up there at the witness stand?
Yes.
Could you
What did he do? He literally
retrieve
carried
that with the court's permission?
Okay.
chalk. It's a chalk, people. Yep.
I'm not going to say anything about him bending over.
You can
even
remain
though I'm
standing
going
for
to.
just a
Don't
quick
don't
second.
drop it, man.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX 570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will note it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate. But I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yeah.
So this is now evidence, not just an exemplar. So I guess it's technically not a chalk. So that's fun. That means the jury can take this back with them into the jury deliberation room and play with it, I guess. I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, but they can. So that's exciting. We want to see the tail light.
Well, they can feel how thick it is. I guess that would be a good thing.
Thank you.
What if they want to see the actual Lexus? Is it actually entered in evidence? It must be, right? How do you bring that into the jury room?
And
Didn't they go
is
see
Dr.
it?
Wolfe going to use
Yeah,
it
I know,
as
but what if they want to see it
testimony
again?
Oh,
now? Okay, so
here.
give it back over there, please, Chrissy. Just give it to him. Thank you.
Is it 250?
Thank you. If I may, Doctor.
Yes.
Did he ask for permission to publish it so we can literally hand it to the jury? That'd be good.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Wolfe, you indicated that there was a 5 millimeter...
That's the only way that could get any more interesting, like permission to publish, so I can literally hand it to the jury so they can hold it and pass it amongst themselves. That's the only way this could get any more interesting.
area of acrylic covering the diffusers, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5 millimeter acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the lift gate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there,
But I want the jury to see it.
can you see through that lens material into the diffuser that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So Dr. Wolfe, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
the court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your
please.
Honor. So along the bottom is the clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5 millimeters roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 millimeters in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? If you could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolfe?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
All right, so that can't go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't you take it and... Mr.
I was
McDermott.
just going to store it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the clerk magistrate.
Okay.
However you want to do it, Your Honor.
All right.
I have
Do you
no
wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right, so, thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I continue?
yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it, there are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis, ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it, your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects or holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be around, probably
one.
around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Oh, sorry, I meant centimeters. Sorry, my bad.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Yeah, sorry.
What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed? So,
as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws.
Now, you know as well as I do that these laws break down when things get really big, really small, or really fast. So you haven't accounted for magic space, Lexus, and black hole by Newton's laws. Incomplete, sir. Incomplete.
Lexus in space.
Very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So, for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then
I seem to remember
Newton's third
that.
law,
F equals ma.
basically the law of reaction
force,
indicates
mass,
that
acceleration.
when
Yeah, that sounds
I
right.
push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing.
No, you
with.
don't say. Huh.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration
I remember that
to
one,
calculate
yeah.
what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So
you would
from my
expect there to be some
perspective,
relation between those two
I was
things?
interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Yeah,
Did
pretty good,
Dr.
yeah.
Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you could think of delta.
I mean, that is delta V, but that is just, I don't know. That's, yeah, the difference in velocity is literally 1 minus the, yeah, I mean, it does look a lot more intimidating than what it actually is, but that's hilarious. Yeah, acceleration is velocity of one versus the other versus time. Yeah, so it's velocity over time. The difference of velocity over time. Wow, thanks for clarifying that. Force equals ma. Yeah, good times. Yeah.
Fear not.
You brought in the strange squiggles though. You're terrifying people. Don't do that.
Delta
Don't be
changing.
afraid.
So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here, in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Please tell me you did the
Can I ask
equations
you
relating to
about
the
delta
space
V
Lexus.
specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
Please tell me you did. Please tell me there's a
When
slide
you
about the
say
space Lexus.
that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it. Describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not, because I don't understand it as well as you do. If an object, does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and it's struck by another object moving? Is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck it?
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done, Your Honor. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of mathematics?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right, so that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer, you're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to, say, 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you could think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis...
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Right, so that's sustained.
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated...
That's sustained. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
I don't know how that question's improper. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't understand if the question's improper.
You have to. Do you have to analyze
Interpretation. So generally,
Dr. Wolfe, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing
What's the next stage?
to basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point, so you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welch's report?
Sustained as to that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welch's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any,
No.
other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welch's?
As it
report?
pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welch's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, her Lexus, was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague Dr. Rentschler will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely,
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We'd use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you can see, I'll get my, see around here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling, a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot, and then on the right is, right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is, more specifically looking at the right photograph here, might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly. I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe Test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but Test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the Hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So, as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video.
This is looking more scientifically rigorous than what Aperture did. You know, with an actual dummy in a sort of a lab environment. This is looking more scientifically sound methodology to me. Good times.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left.
I'm also understanding why Brennan was so salty about these tests, because these tests were done in response to Aperture, right? And so yeah, so and now we know why he was so incredibly salty about them, because they're so devastating to his case. Yeah, that's going to happen, man.
And contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that.
Closed captions are not playing with me nicely right now for some reason.
Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right, so we had to get a little bit creative there, because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly
Why can't I not get the closed captions to sit on the screen where I want?
out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside, kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
We go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the taillight come from the left and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight. Based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds? Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There was a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G-forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G. So you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, but we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained is to that form.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take
It
the
is.
morning recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wolfe, you can file our adjourners. I'm going to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please.
All rise for the court, please.
Very good. So far, excellent. And I like this the pacing of this so far. And I hope we're going to live here a little bit longer, because I think this is very critical testimony. So I really appreciate that we're spending some really critical time on this. If the defense can actually figure a way to keep this guy on the stand on direct for the entire day, that'd actually be pretty cool, right? So let the jury sit over the weekend with basically all this information in their head so they can sit on it longer. That would be great. So I don't know if that's possible, but if I were the defense, I'd be looking for ways to stretch this out so I can keep him on direct for the entire day. That would be what I'd want to do. Because I don't want to start, I want them to sit with that information as long as they possibly can. Excellent. Oh, incidentally, by the way, that means it's time for a merch giveaway. That's very exciting. I almost forgot, but now's a good time. Let's do the merch giveaway. Excellent. Okay, so let us read the rules, which can be located by typing !rules and then following the link there too. I wish I didn't have to have these rules, but people bitched. And so then we had to have rules because people bitched, and I can't have nice things. Anyways, here are the rules for the giveaway. Void where prohibited, no purchase necessary. You must be a subscriber of the Uncivil Law YouTube channel to enter. Paid membership is not required, nor does it provide any advantage. Drawing is at random using the giveaway feature built into Nightbot. Uncivil Law will provide you a phrase that must be typed into the YouTube chat on the channel Uncivil Law in order to enter. The phrase must be typed in all lowercase into chat exactly as provided by Uncivil Law in the YouTube chat. Variants or typos may not be counted. One entry per YouTube account. Winner must send an email to Kurt@uncivillawllc.com before 5 p.m. Eastern Time the same day the contest runs. The email must include the winner's YouTube username. The email must include the item or items from the Uncivil Law merch shop located at uncivillaw-shop.fourthwall.com the winner wishes to select. The total price of the items selected must not exceed $20. If the winner fails to send the email by the deadline, fails to designate the items, or if the price of the designated items exceeds $20, the winner forfeits any prize. That was very super exciting. Let's do this thing.
Sidebar giveaway.
The phrase is finally, it's Arca time. As I've just typed it into chat, feel free to copy and paste if you like. Let us look at some of the items that you could win with this wonderful giveaway. Aha. Great. All right. Callie the Bee Fish welcomes you to the Uncivil Law merch store. Many fun merch items. So many of you have been purchasing items from the merch store, and the feedback I've been getting has been that you guys have been enjoying the items, that you've liked them, and that you find them generally to be good quality. So that pleases me. Some of the items you could purchase and or just win flat out, of course, depending. We have a brand new item, the Don't Be a Hank Hole mug. That's good. That is an item that you could win. We got, let's see, Sidebark mug, Sidebark sticker, Unexpected Black Hole, limited edition. We got Lexus in space. We got some Truth Can Be Subjective stickers. We got a Truth Can Be Subjective t-shirt. Truth Can Be Subjective mug. Proctor the Taillight Fairy. That's good. Currently pursuing that BS degree. Let people know you're still pursuing that. That's very valuable. Got some stickers that are good. What else we got? We've got, of course, Spenny Fan merch. Recommend the Spenny Fan merch. Spenny Fan, of course, best fan. Gotta show respect to Spenny Fan. It's very critical. Spenny Fan Pocket State mug we got. Don't Be a Dick shirts. Arca, you could get some Arca stuff. Got a little Arca related merch there that you could get. Authentic reconstruction confronts corrupt accusation. Nice. Some little Arca related stuff that you could get. We got Evidence Solo Cup. We've got the butt dial and case. This item a couple of you have gotten. The You Are Muted, You Are Unmuted color changing mug. One side is in green, you are unmuted. One side is in red, you are muted. Very good. Let people know if you want them to shut the hell up or not. A mouse pad, which I need to buy personally. Oh, the mouse pad's sold out. Well, I guess I'm not buying that then now, am I? I guess you can't win the mouse pad because it's sold out. Lame. You can get a Canon PSI, PD, CSI shirt, evidence cups. You can get the Evans Solo Cup, purple statement clocks. This one someone got recently. All those good things. You could get yourself a Callie the Bee Fish sticker. You could get yourself a Callie Wanted poster mug. Or some combination of these items, again, as long as it does not exceed $20. So you could get various items in some combination about what you want. To get to the merch shop, this is location of the merch shop. Just type !merch to get the link to the merch shop. Tech in generic said you got the Learning from Misfortune mug. It was a gift and she loved it. Excellent. Cool merch. Yeah, a lot of it's cool. Jinx designed most of our merch. So thank you, Jinx, for designing most of our merch. It is, of course, very appreciated. You need an Evans Solo Cup so bad. It is available for purchase. It's not that expensive. I mean, all things considered, you could buy it. It's available for you. You could get the item. It's great. So those, yeah. This Evidence Solo Cup, property of Canton PD, usable for all your evidence collection needs. I am quite sure. Oh dear. Okay. Minor problem. No problem. I'll just fix it. Yeah, the contest actually hasn't been apparently running. So it hasn't been capturing people typing the phrase into chat. So I guess you have to type it again if you've already typed it. It's because none of the entries registered, apparently. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. My bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So you have to type sorry about that. Yeah, you have to type the phrase again. Sorry about that. Apparently the bot was not looking for the entries. No, now it is. Great. Sorry, my bad. No problem. We'll give you guys a couple more minutes because of that minor technical snafu. So we'll give you a couple minutes to type so that everyone can type. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, the bot is looking now. Yeah, it's looking now. We have 45 entries so far. Yeah, the bot is paying attention now. Yeah. It's always something over here. It's always something. Oh, Travis, do you want to join me on stream, by the way? If so, let me know. I'll send you a link. I could use the company if you want to. If you have a camera and a decent quality mic, you know, uh, you're welcome to join me. I could use some company. I like friends. Let me know. I believe Canadians are allowed to enter. I'm not sure what places the merch shop ships to, but yeah. As long as the shop ships to you, then I guess you'll be fine. Yeah. Assuming, of course, it otherwise complies with the law because void were prohibited. So, yeah. You are not disqualified from typing the phrase more than once. No. No, I didn't set it up that way. You are not disqualified from typing the phrase more than once. You only get one entry, but you are not disqualified from typing the phrase multiple times. So you can type it if you're not sure. There's no problem there. You can type the phrase multiple times. You're just only going to get one entry. So, I mean, you can type the phrase as much as you want, but one entry per account. Yeah, they're recess. Yeah, they're in a recess at the moment. When are they back? I don't know. They do what they do what they do, man. They do what they do. When does the court come back? I don't know. When it wants to. But if you want to join me around 11, that sounds cool. Send me a thing on Twitter, I guess, and I'll look for the DM or Discord, one of the two. Also, my name is Kurt, not Mike. I'm not sure who Mike is, but it's not me. All right, let's see. We currently have 56 entries. It seems like a lot smaller amount of entries than I would have expected. Is it broken again? $53 isn't correct. How do you know? Did you count them? How do you know it's not correct? Rules for the contest can be obtained by typing exclamation mark rules. Those are the rules for the contest. Subscribing to the channel is free. You didn't, yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, well, I'll tell you what. We'll just end the contest whenever the court comes back from the break. That's fair. So we'll just end the court whenever the court comes back from break is when the contest ends, or the drawing, when entries I suppose end, and then we'll do the drawing. So that is our trigger, I suppose, when the court comes back. So you have until Judge Bev speaks from the bench to do this, I guess. Entries are now at 63. There's 63 entries right now. What have we missed? Well, we're doing a merch giveaway, so that's nice. You can still enter if you want. You think 206? You think 206 people have typed in that phrase exactly? Is it really that broken? Do I need to like go and hand validate it or something? Do you think 206 people have individually typed the phrase? Okay. I don't know how I'm going to be able to validate that. Rose says she hasn't been counted. Yes, you have. Or no, you said you hadn't counted. Yeah. That's a deduplicated number. What part about one entry per account was ambiguous in the rules? Is it deduplicated? Well, it's one entry per account. Answer your own question. You're estimating based on how many you've seen in the chat. Uh-huh. Okay. At least 200. Some people are not typing it exactly, I'll tell you that. Some people are not typing the phrase exactly, I'll tell you that. Not my fucking fault they can't fucking type. How many duplicates? I have no fucking idea. It doesn't track that. It's like I did provide it exactly in chat so that all you had to do was copy paste it. It's like, you know. Yeah. Some people can't get that right. What can you do? Of course, you can just always buy the items. They're good items. I recommend them. Help me support my watch habits. Help me support my possibly going up to. Help me support possibly going up to Massachusetts. Incidentally, by the way, the Send Uncivil to Massachusetts Super Chat Fund is not looking very good right now. That fund is not looking really promising. This court break is taking a while. Can't end the contest till the court comes back. What are they doing? And we're going to do an aperture science. Sure. I don't know. Talk to Jinx about that. She's the one with the creativity. I thought you weren't going to go because of the lottery. Well, I was told members of the public couldn't go at all. And then someone said you can. So like, if members of the public can go, then, you know, maybe I will. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Good. Hello, everybody.
Excellent.
I'm alive.
Don't buy weed from speed dealers. I don't understand what that means. What's a speed dealer in this context? Do you mean literally a dealer who deals in specifically speed? In which case, why would I be getting weed from a person who deals speed? Because I'm looking for weed, not speed. Otherwise, I'm not sure what a speed dealer is. Or is the weed that is dealt by people who also deal speed not good weed? What is the underlying issue relating to that? I'm confused.
It's a good question. I don't know. It's legal here in Michigan, so there are plenty of reputable stores to get it from.
There's a lottery system for it online. Okay, yeah, there you go. It's an online lottery system, really? That's pretty cool. I guess if I'm not allowed into the courtroom, maybe I'll just stream from my phone outside the courtroom or something and just figure something out. I don't know. I could
Well, I mean,
still, I don't know. Will they let me camp out at Waterfall or something? Can we watch the trial from Waterfall? Are they broadcasting over there if I ask them to tune in? Do you think they'll let me do it? And I just set up a little table over there? That could be good.
Pull up a corner table at D&E Pizza.
Yeah. You think they'd mind?
Hard to say. I wonder, have they officially taken their cameras down at the pizza place?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Oh no, Michael Carter, speed
The
is
public
not
cannot
legal in
attend without a
Michigan.
family invite. The media's lottery. Okay, so there's apparently a difference of opinion as to whether or not members of the public. I find it hard to believe that no members of the public can attend. That seems odd. I mean, I know the courtroom is small and all, but still, like that no members of the public can attend seems like really odd. But
Yeah, but if you notice where John's parents and brother and that are all sitting, it's the same people every single day. So I'm assuming they've got their portion, and then obviously Karen's parents are behind her. And those people seem to change, but if it's by invite from Karen's team, I guess that makes sense because they've got about a dozen people behind
okay.
her.
Well, I just assumed that an invite from Karen's team would not be possible, not for at least two reasons, that there's not a lot of days left. And I assume that they've been spoken for. But, if Karen Reed's team wants to extend me an invite, I'll make it happen. So feel free to reach out to me, Yannetti or Jackson or Alessi, as the case may be. Or Karen Reed herself. We can do an interview. We don't even have to talk about the case because I don't even know what the gag order is relating to this. Is there a gag order? And if so, we can talk about things other than the case, which would be hilarious. That'd be the greatest interview ever. We'll have Karen Reed on. We'll have Karen Reed on. We'll have Karen Reed on, but we won't talk about the case.
But I think it might only be for her lawyers. I don't think she was subject to it, which I think is why she's the one talking to the media.
I tell you what, we could do we could have an interview with the lawyers and not talk about the case, and it would still be very interesting, I think. If their lawyers want to talk to me, but they're restricted from talking about the case, that's not a problem. We'll just talk about their career in general. We'll talk about how they got involved and, just talk about what brought the case to their attention. We don't have to talk about the substance of the case. We can talk about, how they go about strategy, generally speaking, how they view various elements of, talk about trial practice and, how they view various elements. And
Jackson's from California. You could have a long beefish conversation.
We could talk about the beefish.
There you go.
We could absolutely Jackson may not know about beefish, so we could get Jackson's professional opinion on the beefish. We can talk about watches. That's going to be talked about. So, we can do an interview with the lawyers, and it will be interesting no matter what restrictions we have. Get an interview with Trooper Paul. So maybe that'd be good. Apparently, there's some Twitter stuff. An uninterested juror is taking notes. A juror who doesn't usually take notes was pulled multiple times during the testimony. A note taker is going to town. That's pretty funny. All jurors are looking at it. Jackson has to take it, walks back to the podium, which he never gets to. He walks slowly past the jury with the taillight facing them. The juries look at it.
Oh yeah. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Dr. Turtleboy came over to someone in sidebar and pointed out the juror I said seemed very interested in taking notes, stood out to him as well. Very good. So yeah, let's see if we can get Karen Reed's team, or for that matter, Brennan. If Brennan wants to invite me, that's also fine.
Oh yeah.
I'll take an invite from the prosecutor's side.
A seat is a seat.
Seat is a seat.
I'm just wondering how many of these objections from Brennan have to do with the limitations that Bev put on ARCA with the Rule 14 violation.
Were there limitations put on ARCA?
I think so, but I don't know that I've seen a ruling. She had talked about it, but I don't know that she ever.
I don't remember any discussion about limitations not in open court.
Okay. That was part of what Hank was asking for, was to limit them.
Hank certainly asked for limitations, but The
what
judge hadn't
happened in the
previously.
first trial.
The judge hadn't previously announced any limitations. Lowley sneaking into my DMs. Yeah, if Lowley wants to sneak in.
Yeah, that was the only thing that was making sense to me. Why Hank was getting so many objections sustained was there's got to
If
be
they
something.
want, if they want someone who's ethical to prosecute the case, I'm also available. But that's it's going to be a rough go. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm the person they want.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to honestly
move one.
prosecute
Since
this.
move one is give up. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'm not sure that's what they're looking for.
Oh, you want Kurt J.E. Walsh is saying you should go meet with Meatball Morrissey.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We could have a conversation with Jim McCabe. Like, why are you so high strung? Did you like? do you want some weed? I mean, I'm not a partaker myself. Maybe it would help. Like, why are you so like high strung? Like, can you like
I have to imagine she wakes up
chill
like
out?
that. But we've only seen her during the case, and given the fact she's the one probably masterminding this whole narrative, I can understand being high strung, knowing how terrible it is. But I think she's deluded enough to think she's actually winning over the jury with all of the stuff she was spouting. But
Yeah.
I was talking in chat. This is one of the reasons why I was so angry at Welcher not putting an actual report together and just having his slide presentation, because we got absolutely none of his background data or methodology. So we're entirely left to the whims of ARCA trying to address his PowerPoint. So I'm not sure.
This is the longest break ever.
I'm not sure if that was Welcher's whole idea on doing only a PowerPoint was to limit it, or if that's just the way he rolls. Just seems like an odd choice. Ooh, are they back? Are we perhaps behind?
Well, maybe. If so, then I guess that makes things complicated. Well, no, not at least according to Core TV, we're not live, and that's the one we're going off of. So,
Oh, okay. Because Kestrel had just let us know that they're back.
yep.
Here we go.
Yeah,
There's audio.
Looks like this contest is about to end. So, as soon as the judge speaks. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, are you all set, Dr. Wolfe?
There we go.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Learning
Thank
the
you, Your
law
Honor.
wins the
Before
prize.
Dr. Wolfe,
Congratulations,
before we
learning
get
the
into
law.
Laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCA
Good job.
paid following the proceeding last year for any of the time?
Yes, last year.
Last year.
Correct. Yes.
Do you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
Was ARCA paid by the defense your initial testing, the initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning? Was ARCA paid by the defense for any of that?
No, not the report, testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year
Glad they're finally getting into
related
this.
to the first proceeding?
My time to appear at the proceeding.
Travel?
Correct. Travel,
testimony.
testimony. Yes, sir.
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the defense specifically for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B, as in Bravo. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What was different about lab test B as opposed to lab test A?
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
This is slide 36.
36, got it. Okay. We could be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10 mile an hour test just with increased velocity?
Correct.
Okay. What about the purple hued taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right taillight that was tested.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will,
Yes.
is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. You may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the
Yep,
sweatshirt
you need to
at
remove
issue
all those
worn
variables
by John
to make it
O'Keefe?
a sufficient test.
I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video. You will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So, in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we were talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please?
Oof.
What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please.
This is
What are we
awesome
looking at here?
testimony. I'm in for it.
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
The lack of blue paint
Can you
makes
describe
this
the decoupling
testing completely
that's shown
invalid.
here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood.
Yeah, if they 3D
slide,
printed
please.
that attachment, it's not surprising that it broke, even if they made it out of
What are we looking at here?
So in this
PVC or something
slide,
else.
you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view.
better strength.
Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay.
Wow.
What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10-mile-an-hour test, which, again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide. And what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the damage to the taillight at the conclusion of the test, where, again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test. And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight
This
on
is
the right
very.
is consistent with striking? And
This is a lot. I appreciate the visual very much. I appreciate that they went through the lab conditions. I went through a scientifically more rigorous testing procedure using a lab, using a dummy,
Yes.
and they're showing this, and they're going through this in more more thorough detail visually. I think is helping very much tell the story. So
Right.
and when I was doing calculation relating to probabilities of conviction, I was sort of just taking what I knew from the previous trial relating to ARCA.
Yep.
And I think this testimony is doing a lot better than the previous testimony relating to ARCA. So I'm going to have to downward, vary the estimate of conviction, because I think this is playing a lot better, not, because there's just a lot more information. And I appreciate also the Jackson is taking time, not only for the sake of getting to the end of the day unto itself, but also just not rushing through it so that you can show this in a lot more detail, because this is obviously incredibly important.
Yep.
So I think that as I sit right now, I would have to just initially downward depart to 35% to convict from previous 40%. And I think that, we're heading down to even lower numbers as this continues.
Yeah.
So far I am very pleased
Yeah.
with how this is going. So kick ass.
It's nice
Keep
to see
kicking gas.
science. And even though they took time to go through the weeds on the math, they didn't
Yeah.
belabor the point
Yep.
like Welter did and just stuck with his graphs. They've moved on to easy to digest pieces of information. So this
Yeah.
is going to be fun.
Very good. So far, excellent.
An arm at 17 miles per hour.
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17-mile-an-hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please. What is this graph depicting?
So going back to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak of acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did
That
that have any
is a lot of
significance on your
force.
analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy, and then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up. But the arm was suspended from.
What is this madness? They have like an actual like rig that they have set up to test this, so they can set things up in a precise way rather than some guy just standing there in a shirt. These guys have rig technology.
Oh, come on. You got to be fair. Welcher at least had a GoPro strapped to the spoiler on the back of his.
Well, these guys are really making making Aperture look like a bunch of absolute amateur clowns by comparison.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
I mean,
holy shit.
It's a world of difference.
The forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests.
It looks like that rig might actually have sensors to be able to detect things.
Pretty much.
Okay, all right.
And look at it, it's even suspended so it can move when you hit it at speed.
Okay.
So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
Why did you,
Apparently, this exemplar came from Mercedes-Benz of Springfield. And I can't see the first half of their tagline, but the second half of their tagline is, "It's personal." Excellent.
This is indeed personal.
You have no idea, Mercedes-Benz of Springfield. You have no idea.
did you choose this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test, that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Okay.
Existing.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's too devastating for your case.
It
Yeah, heaven
certainly
forbid,
is.
heaven forbid I ask those questions, right?
Yeah, there's no saving this. They said they're calling Welcher on rebuttal, and they made the motion for Welcher to submit yet another report for that.
Another report.
Yep, but
A new
there's
report.
There's no saving it. I mean,
I don't think so.
you're better off not even talking about it and just let one testimony stand against the other. But that's just my opinion.
What do you think Brennan's going to be doing on cross?
Oh, it's hard to say because you can't attack his credentials at all. So I imagine the only thing that we're going to hear about is the dishonesty in the acquisition of ARCA and the amount of money that was paid to them for not being retained in the first trial. And it's going to be a scandal, and that's about all he's got.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that.
Even for the outdoor test, you remember to change the temperature of the taillight? Oh my God. These guys are thorough.
It's going to be important every single time because how brittle that taillight is really depends on what the temperature is.
Wow.
I mean,
these guys.
30 is not drastically different from 70 as far as that goes. It's more so when you get like below 0 Fahrenheit that it makes a huge difference, but they're thorough. It's like the professionals or something.
And if I may just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground, and that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Wow.
Let's move on to the next slide.
Nice.
What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolfe, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Which was
Go ahead.
would be the idea. Oof.
Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Or, I'm sorry, in this photograph?
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
Okay.
And absolutely nothing to the taillight.
Yep. 0. Look at that. It's like got rigs and sensors and cameras and.
Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by
I wonder
more
what
of a
if they'll ever
side swipe or a clip?
Plaster a
Right. So
up
this
into
is
the
where
hand of that arm or not.
the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with. I'm sorry. What I previously said. The wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood.
That is correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this video.
But really, in the instant when that impacts, the mass of the body is irrelevant because it hasn't moved far enough to interact with the body. Right here, it'd still be free flowing, and right there is when it matters.
And it doesn't even know that the taillight doesn't even know the accident happened.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these 3 photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post-contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests. and the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of just moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct, nothing on the upper arm, yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15 mile per hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
Nothing but the highest degree.
What are we looking at in this graph?
So you're looking at the hand acceleration over time, so you can see that because, as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight, so that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
Yeah, that pretty much lined up with their in-house
What was the
test
arm-
with the arm and
Or the appendage
taillight itself.
outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside the full-scale vehicle testing, we had a lift gate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted, and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. Ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
It's spun?
there's some rotation going on, so
Okay.
it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in delta?
Here we go.
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the tail light while we install the upper tail, the liftgate tail light to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the tail light after the install. So the average temperature of this tail light during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay. If we could watch this video, please.
I'm curious what that distance
Your
they're
next
going at
slides
is.
show, there you go, the suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm, so you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolfe, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help. I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in
Oh my
real time,
God.
yes.
What's the speed
my
that the
God.
vehicle
There's
is
no
entering the
arm.
frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you. What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted, just before we get to the other testing, the force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines?
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay.
Well, at least the arm made it into space.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
This is a video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay.
At least we got some tail light.
Was
Now we got some
only an
tail.
arm. He might have made it 30 feet through the air.
Now we got some tail light shattering at 29
Was this-
miles an hour.
Strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow-motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a pretty direct
Next
hit.
slide.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, well, the hand and majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15, yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5 millimeter red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolfe?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe
Is
it.
the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained as to that.
With
Too
regard to
much.
your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm, reaching peak acceleration of about 500 Gs.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
300?
Between the hand and the arm.
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get up to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Did we get 10 seconds worth of data so we can watch it fly through the air?
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24 mile an hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please. Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2, and I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Okay, so this will give us the best idea. Ooh.
Next slide. What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow-motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolfe, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights.
Wow, they got more than one. Didn't ARCA, or apologize, didn't Aperture bitch about the fact that they couldn't do it because the taillight assembly would be damaged? And you know what ARCA just did? They just we just bought more than one, so that we could run more than one test. Aperture Science was all over here yeah, we didn't want to damage it because we can only run the test once. It's like, did you think about buying more than one?
Yep.
Or like the $400,000 that you spent? It's been reported that this test cost $50,000 from Aperture, and ARCA spent 8 times as much for their bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
And if I'm counting right, that's 10 taillights they've gone through.
Yeah, they bought more than one. Yeah. Beach, please. You say Brandon Real has a real gotcha moment with ARCA. I don't know if they have a gotcha moment. The best that I've got, as I'm sort of thinking off the top of my head about what I would do if I was Brendan in this situation, is point out that all the taillights and taillight assemblies are completely intact at the time of the testing. Because one of the defense's contentions was that the taillight was damaged. And exactly when that happened, is debatable, I suppose. So you can make a case, the case that if the taillight were not pristine, previously damaged, that somehow that would change things. Now, I somehow doubt it would change things in a substantially radical way, but the testing does assume the taillight is pristine at the time of impact. So to the extent that matters, that is a factor. Other than that, it also, of course, does assume where the body is positioned in terms of exactly how things are done, and perhaps if the body were positioned differently or something, it would somehow change things in a material way. It also, of course, doesn't appear like he has a glass in the hand. I don't know how that would impact things. So I could try to poke at those differences. That's what I've got off the top of my head. So those are the areas I've noted. How much that matters is debatable, but yeah, that's what I've got.
Right,
as
Ted,
well
I'll
as
be back.
liftgate taillights, and even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please.
Okay. That looks a lot more similar to. That's interesting. That looks a lot similar to what the state says, or their theory of the case. So interesting. All right. Okay. Yeah. But then, of course, so they're sort of able to replicate the taillight damage, but then, of course, what does that do to the arm in terms of damage to the arm? Is interesting. But okay, this is interesting stuff. The defense says the light breaks when they go to look for him, not pre-hit. Well, the point is still valid because it still assumes the taillight is intact. As I said, when the taillight would be damaged before is potentially debatable, right? The defense has posited that the taillight was damaged when Karen Reed backed out at One Meadows and hit that other car. But of course, that isn't necessarily the only time the taillight was damaged. It could have been damaged at some unknown time. That is unknown. So the point of criticism is still valid because you're still assuming a pristine taillight, which may not necessarily be true depending on other things. But it's a point of contention that I would raise. Like it does assume the taillight is pristine, and if the taillight is not pristine, you didn't account for that, and so that is a point of contention. So that's what I got.
Next slide.
You know,
In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you've earlier described?
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video, or in this picture?
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Donna, may I?
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you. So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand and the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, as an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm, what happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No.
Was it projected rearward?
No.
About 30 feet.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy, or a test dummy, that was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I want to go back to that test even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself?
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
As opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide
Rescue
on the ground.
Randy.
Okay.
Got a name? Rescue Randy's having a bad day.
Can you play that one more time, please?
Or one out for Rescue Randy. He took the hit so you didn't have to.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered, so we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So
Okay.
it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
They've got data relating to speed and acceleration and impact. They've got graphs and rigs and dummies with sensors and wow.
Almost
It's
like
almo-
they're actually scientists.
It's almost like they do this for a living. Okay. Yeah.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Did Trooper Paul do an evaluation of this?
Next
Does Trooper
slide,
Paul
please.
have any thoughts?
I'd like to
And
know.
what are we
Call
seeing in these
Trooper
series of
Paul's a
photos?
rebuttal expert. Do it.
So this is obviously
Do
during
it.
the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Lexus is not looking so good, guys. Lexus,
Oh, man.
Lexus is not looking good, man. Pour one out for the Lexus. It may not reach space after all. It's very sad.
As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight?
They aren't there
Given
anymore,
this
it looks to me.
direct impact.
What internal components?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place.
Really?
I
I'll
think
take your word
the
for
lower
it.
one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay. That was my question.
Yeah, you're not hiding
And is
that
there another
one.
slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay. We can have the lights. Dr. Wolfe, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Went generally in the
All
direction of
the
everything.
test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high-speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolfe?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I wish it had gone on longer. It was great. The director was
was good,
great.
yeah.
But I I don't know where I could have dragged it out, but I would have found some ways to drag it out and slow it down somewhere. It was great, but I kind of wish it was more because I'm not beyond hammering the point home because of how important this is. So I don't think it overstayed its welcome, and I would have figured out ways to keep going.
It was
Yeah.
it was solid,
Yeah.
and I think they didn't waste time, which I think the jury will probably appreciate.
There definitely is a too much issue.
Yeah.
Like you can definitely overstay your welcome, but with this witness, I want the jury to be no uncertain terms in 8 different ways that they understand this. because of
That's,
how
I'm
important
wondering
it
how
is.
much they're leaving to Dr. Rentschler, who
Yeah,
I'm assuming they're doing Monday,
yeah, all
because
right.
I'm assuming Cross is going to take all afternoon.
Yeah, I assume so.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started?
Court's preference.
Lunch is not yet.
Juris, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay? So we'll
Lunch
come
indeed.
back.
Yeah, so at least they sit with that for lunch, so they have
Yep.
something to think about
All
for
rise in court, please.
45 minutes or something. So
Yeah,
I'll take it.
it gives Brennan a few more minutes to try and strategize for what he's going to be doing here this afternoon.
Absolutely. Very, very cool. Excellent. So good use of direct, good use of the visuals, good use of the testing. A lot more thorough in that dimension than last time. ARCA was substantially more persuasive than they were first time.
Oh yeah.
The testing was very, very solid and really helped to make a case. And
Yep.
I thought it was good stuff. So
Yeah,
excellent.
the only issue I can see Hank possibly bringing up with the testing that I would maybe also question is their choice of the poundage that they were using to suspend that arm on that
Yeah,
that rope. But I mean, it wasn't outside of what I think would be
there are ways to
appropriate. But
there are ways to pick at the test and show it to
yeah,
be
but that's about
like
the only thing I could see that
Yeah.
they could substantially have changed.
yeah. So we'll see.
But
Good
they did a
stuff.
good job with all their sensors, their positioning. Kudos to whoever they had driving that van too, by the way, because that could not have been easy. Trying to back in that straight line like that.
Some comments from staff chat, courtesy of Dr. Turtle Boy. There's a young kid on the jury, can't be much older than 20. Dude is enthralled by the video. They're soaking up every ounce of the amazing high definition reconstruction.
Yep.
I believe it. Watching Turtle Boy continues. Watching the video from the drone test, I see how far away the SUV was in order to get 29 miles an hour.
Yep.
To me, it seems Karen would have to drive away, then back up pretty far to hit John. And also wondering how he didn't hit Higgins' Jeep. Facts.
Oh yeah. I was trying to do the math on the parking spaces out of the video they were showing. I was wondering if they're 6 feet wide.
Dr. Turtle Boy also reports Hank Brennan was staring at Dr. Wolfe, just straight up glaring. Nice.
That's all he's got.
Jennifer Coffendarf from Twitter said, difficult to listen to this account, accent reconstruction. The logs to talk about Delta V Invictus, but ignores the taillight pieces around John O'Keefe, the fragments of taillight left in John O'Keefe's shirt, and Karen Reed saying she hit him. No ELEs who know and like John beat him up and threw him in the front of the yard. I don't know whether or not that happened or not. I don't really care for the purpose of my exercise. As always, to keep my life simple, my only question is, has the Commonwealth proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? Trying to figure out who done it is not my job. Not my circus, not my monkey. Don't know, ask someone else. The person continues. I would hire this guy to help my kids prepare for their physics examination. He's very book smart, it would seem. I would not hire him for accident reconstruction because he didn't look at the fact. He only hypothesizes.
Yeah.
Well, Jennifer from Twitter, I don't know what you're looking at. There are certainly reasons to be potentially critical of this testing and other testing. It's not, they're not God. So you could critique the testing just as surely as you could critique Aperture's testing, and then the degree to which that matters, I suppose, is all the rest of it. But it's not so much that he ignores the taillight pieces as he's just trying to do the demonstration and be like, well, if the taillight doesn't shatter, then there can't be pieces. So, it's empirical. It's just straight empirical. And they did testing where they got the taillight to shatter in various, and that would be, I guess, another thing I'd talk about if I was Brandon, talk about the tests where there was damage to test light, and that there was testing that they did that produced results that, broadly speaking, are consistent. Now you have to assume a lot. You have to assume a lot to get there, but it's possible. And then, of course, then the other end of that equation, of course, is, yeah, like assuming that that did happen, then why isn't there damage to him personally, right? So
Oh yeah.
if you get, or like in terms of bruising and stuff like that, like how, and those, there are some answers to that question, but I find the answers very unsatisfying, at least personally. So I find the answers, problematic.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to sit at 35%, I think, to convict for the moment. Um, I think that there's Hank Brennan has raised some interesting things, and it gets into like what do they believe and what don't they believe, and what they find to be a distraction, and all the rest of it. So, I think 35%. Perhaps it's slightly overly aggressive. I think that you could be critical of that percentage as being if you want to say 30 instead of 35, maybe that's better. What is the latest and greatest on Polymarket
Not sure.
right now?
But I think the testing also went to show that if it was a glancing blow, the damage was not to his upper arm, it was always to his hand. And the only way you got arm damage was if he was squarely hit. And then you
Yeah,
see
it's
him
still
shoot.
sitting at 20. It's still sitting at 27%. It
Yeah.
actually went up slightly, I think.
Oh,
today.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah, it did, because it
apparently.
was at what, 26?
Sixers, yeah. So it went
Yeah.
up slightly. So yeah, 27% chance to convict. And in terms of acquittal, 65, which I think is about the same. So it hasn't really changed today. So the needle hasn't moved very much for Polymarket. I'll say 35% seems plausible. We'll call it a third. There, split the difference.
There you go.
1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. 33% to convict. Seems like the most plausible contention at this time.
Yeah, no, I'm personally at a lot lower, like 15 to 20%, thinking
Yeah.
that 1 out of 12 that gets selected should have enough brains to have seen that the Commonwealth's case doesn't add up.
Yeah.
But that's not to say she gets acquitted either, because it's easy enough to see somebody going the other way, being thoroughly convinced by the Commonwealth's case and sticking to it. So it will be interesting to see if they finish the whole thing by Friday of next week.
Yeah.
Because if it gets to the jury on a Friday and they are feeling pressured, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
And then of course we still have other Aperture guy dealing with the
Yep.
injuries to the person. And so that could also spend a lot more time because he needs to really like talk about that. Because Hank Brennan raised the idea of like, well, don't use an ice pack to deal with swelling, which is fair enough. And therefore wasn't John O'Keefe just basically one big ass ice pack? It's like, yeah, kind of sort of. So like you need to deal with some stuff with that. Dr. Turtle Boy thinks Hank's about to make the biggest ass of himself. That's a very plausible event. Yes.
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways for this to go. Yeah, DUI guy picked a good day to be in the courtroom. Damn. Not only did he get in the courtroom, he picked a really good day to be there. Shit. Now I'm jealous of DUI guy, or envious, I suppose, to be more strictly proper. I'm envious of DUI guy because he got a good day to be there.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to be an interesting call on how Brennan approaches this. If he goes fire and brimstone or not. I think if you go too hard at this guy, he's going to own you.
Apparently not guilty is currently trending on Twitter. Nice.
Okay. And I think your best bet is to kind of play it mild, try and get some answers to your questions for sound bites, and just try and kick the can down the road. And if you get a sound bite or two for the closing argument, that's about as good as you're going to get. I don't think you can overcome Dr. Wolfe. His presentation's too good.
That's very hard, especially not non-straight science. Not with what we currently have, unless there's a new secret report. It's going to come in and blow the whole thing apart.
Yeah. So I mean, but there's entirely a chance he just comes out and tries to riff up the relationship between the defense and ARCA, and that is his only angle to it too. So If you've got popcorn, pop it and be ready for this
Yeah,
afternoon.
really.
Because
Yeah,
this is gonna be where it's at.
100%. Oh, Lord. I'm trying to fix something because I keep forgetting to do it. And I should create a thumbnail for Monday while I'm thinking about it at some point today, too.
Oop, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. YouTube's backend is sometimes very annoying. I can't find what I'm looking for either. Uh, hmm. Autodoc, I can't find you on the ban list, so I can't unban you. So sorry about that. I looked, but I can't find you. And I searched for your name and I can't find you. So I don't know what to do about that. So we're stuck. Okay. Juror check. Now lights are on. Looking at witness taking notes. Fixing hair. Looking at Jackson taking notes. Turtle Boy says, I've not to date observed the jury being as involved with testimony than during Dr. Wolf's testimony. Yeah.
Well, I'm
I
glad
agree.
they're paying
Believe it.
attention.
I believe it. Yeah, we sorted out the desktop issues, thank God. It turned out to be a heat issue relating to the GPU because the fan was not spinning because a cable was loose and preventing the fan from spinning. I don't know if that was the OG problem or not, but it was definitely the most recent problem. So, all those things. So that solved that problem. So I then, when I saw the cable, I then put in some zip ties to prevent the cable from doing it. So, because the cables were kind of sprawly, so a little zip tie to put the cables together and also helps airflow in the case a lot better. So now the airflow is overall better. Plus, the cable probably won't get caught in the fan anymore. So excellent. So all should be right with the world, hopefully.
Hopefully.
We have not noticed any problems as of yet since we fixed that issue. Take a look at the temperatures just in case. No spinning fan on the computer. Yeah, one of the fans wasn't spinning. The GPU has 3 fans. One of them was not spinning, which was apparently enough to create a problem. All right, so members of the public can attend the Karen Reed trial. So then,
Oh, they
okay,
can? Okay.
well, Just Rhonda says so. So,
No.
so all right. So if you guys throw in enough super chats, there's $80 worth of super chats. I don't know what it will be. Have because it's a relatively last minute flight, and I don't know what hotels will
Oh,
run
yeah.
in the area. Plus, I probably need a car or transport. So I'm roughly estimating $600. If we get anywhere
Yeah.
close to it, I'll take a closer look at pricing.
Hold on. Let me mute myself a moment so I can type with it.
Right now the GPU temperature is sitting at a very comfortable 45. So that's perfectly fine when it's not under any stress. Excellent. Yeah, the GPU was hitting 90 degrees, 93 degrees, even without being stressed because of the fan issue. I'm not going to crash on anyone's couch. I don't know any of you people. So I'm not going to crash on your couch. So no. I need a space that, you know, it's going to be relatively quiet too, so that I can have space. So 93 Celsius. Temperatures are typically measured in Celsius for computers. Rent an RV? No, that's okay.
Yeah, that drive is not worth it. I had to, for laughs, check out what it was round flight from where I'm at because it is notoriously expensive to fly from up here in Michigan. And the cheapest flight I can find round trip is like $850.
Let's take a look and see what it would fly, how much it would cost me to fly into Boston.
Although, if I were to go on Saturday, it'd be cheaper.
Let's see, June.
Oh wait, hold
So
on,
I'd
I'm
be
looking at the wrong
flying.
days.
Let's say I fly on the 8th. And let's say I return on like the 10th, just to put in some random numbers for the moment. What does it say? Oh yeah. Yeah, $600 nonstop.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need more than $600 because I need my
Yeah.
housing covered for. So I'm gonna need closer to $1,000 to make this trip viable. Yeah, it's $619 for nonstop flight from United, and for round trip plus lodging. Yeah, I'm gonna need closer to $1,000 to justify this. So if you guys want to give me about $1,000 in super chats, we can make it
Yeah.
happen. Am I coming to Mass? If I get about $1,000 in super chats, we'll talk.
Yeah, I can't get direct flights to anywhere from up here. Best shot is to go to Chicago or Detroit and then hop a connecting flight from there.
Atlanta to Boston's only $150. Well, that would be valuable information if I were in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how that helps me, but thank you. Have to be invited by family, but the other person said you didn't. The other person said it's open to the members of the public. You guys figure it out amongst yourselves. I'm not taking Greyhound from Houston to Boston. I would rather die. No.
But yeah, I'm definitely not going to try and get there because I've got weekend commitments.
You patch the trip, find a cheap flight from Austin to Atlanta. Well, let's see what it would
Yeah.
cost to fly to Atlanta on the same. That can be very challenging to patch that correct to do that. To actually make those work, but to fly to Atlanta, let's see, just out of raw curiosity. Spirit Airlines has direct for $200, so plus the $150 would be now $400. So I might be able to save $200 if I can make that work, but
Well, is
trying
that
to make
one
that
way
work is
though?
challenging.
Because if it's round trip, then you got to pay the same thing to get back.
That's round trip.
Okay.
Yeah, but trying to patch that together is going to be like
It is. Yeah.
very challenging.
And that's still on the off chance that you can even get in.
Yeah.
which is a big roll of the dice for that much effort.
Not Spirit. I've actually had pretty good experiences with Spirit Airline. I know most people look down on it, but I've had pretty good experiences on Spirit. You pay for that. You pay for the extra for the big seat up front. It's actually I've had worse experiences on other airlines. Maybe I've just gotten lucky, but my Spirit Airline experiences have been actually pretty good. The worst one I ever did was Frontier. Made me want to puke. I mean, hypothetically, I could also drive up to Austin or Dallas, but then of course I have to drive and park for the time, so that's also an expense. So train is not viable. And probably not much cheaper, to be honest.
No.
Train is surprisingly expensive.
And
I
I've
can
heard
park at your
train
spot.
trips are only a half step up from Greyhound. So
I'm not gonna park at anyone's spot. I'm not doing that. I don't know. If I knew you, I'd do that, but I don't know you. I'm not gonna park at a spot that you control and then worry about, what happens or who you are or your motivations or your good faith. I'm not gonna deal with any of those issues. Yeah, park at my space. It'll be fine. Sure, great. Then my car is gone and whatever. Like, no. I mean, I don't know you guys. I can't do it.
I suppose now would be a good time to remind people to hit the subscribe button, as we are very nearly to 150,000 subscribers.
Yes.
Always subscribe. It's free, easy, and you get notified, especially if you hit the bell, of when we go live. And with the erratic trial schedule that we've got, it's a great idea.
Other channels can afford these kinds of ventures because they bring in more revenue. Unfortunately, Uncivil Law does not bring in the kind of super chat revenue that some of these other channels bring in, so it's a much more problematic. Barb K for $20 says, "Hope the chat makes it happen for you. My small contributions, thank you, appreciate it." Yeah, we're only about 500 subscribers away from 150,000. 535 to be precise. Of course, this is all contingent on there being openings for members of the public. So if that's not a thing, then that's obviously would be a deal breaker unto itself. I can only assume it's because, that I'm somewhat depressive and not necessarily the best watch. I can only assume it's related to those issues in terms of super chat revenues. Tech Generic says for $10, my parking spot has a frowny face right now. Okay, well, noted.
Also, if you would take a quick second to click on the pinned link from Rose to share out the tweet about today's stream, that would also be appreciated.
Ever take call-ins? Yeah, we could take call-ins through Discord if we wanted to. See what people have to say. So sure, why not? If you want to pop on for voice chat, we can pop on for voice chat. Well, actually, can I do this so that you guys can hear it? No. Not through this interface. Is there any way for me to do a call-in show with Restream? Let me think. Maybe if I did it in Google Voice, because then I might be able to capture the audio from Google Voice as a shared window. So if I created a Google Voice number, I might be able to do it. Is there any way to do it in Discord? No, there's not. There's no way for me to share the audio from Discord into Restream. Yeah. Hmm. So I'd have to create a Google Voice number because I had one for call-in streams before, but I didn't use it, so the number expired. So I'd have to create a new Google Voice
Okay.
number.
Yeah.
Flying to Providence instead of Boston. Your charm will get you in. I'm certain you'll talk your way into the courtroom. Sure. Yeah, my abilities to schmooze people is legendary. Lord have mercy. Yeah, screen capture it. Yeah, well, I have to share the tab from Chrome. So I'd have to create a Google Voice number and then share the tab in Chrome. But I think it would work if I did that. If I were streaming in OBS, this would be a lot easier because I can just capture
Yes.
standard desktop audio through OBS. But I've been streaming in the browser so that people can join me so that I'm not all alone all the time. If this were OBS, it'd be easy. I mean, I just desktop audio and it would capture no problem. Can't you just present the tab with Discord? Present the tab.
Oh, log into Discord via the browser instead of the Discord app.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I don't
Maybe.
know. I've never tried it that way. We'll see.
Yeah, me either.
I've never given that a shot. Let's give it a shot. That's a good idea. Log in. Please fill out log in. Yes, I'm human. Okay, I don't know if this will work, but we can give it a shot. Okay. Did you hear that when it went to Dink? Did you hear that?
I did not.
Oh, because I haven't shared the tab yet. That's why.
Okay.
All right. So I need to go into voice chat. Let's just do general. All right, I'll give that a shot. And okay. All right. So if I share tab, Discord, voice chat, share tab audio, this might work. Okay. So if someone wants to give this a shot to join my general chat in my Discord, we can give this a shot and see if this works. Hello? Hello, can you hear that, Tony?
I cannot.
Okay. Hold on. 1 second. I can hear you, but they can't. Hold on.
No.
Hello?
There we go. Now I can hear it.
All right, great. So that does work. Okay, great. All right, cool. So we have voice chat with Discord. Yay. So that solves that problem.
Okay, I can't hear you though.
You can't hear me.
I can hear you on YouTube, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay. Hold on.
I can only hear you if I unmute YouTube. I'm gonna
Voice
reset my
default, audio
and see
default.
if that fixes it.
Why can it not pick up my audio in Discord?
Could be because the restream is using the microphone.
Well, it shows, it pops like, because it shows like I'm talking, so it
Okay.
shows it, but they can't hear it.
This is Travis. I hear you fine in Discord.
Okay, you can hear me in Discord?
I can hear in Discord as well.
Okay, so all right,
about
so then it's just Mandy, I guess, for some reason. All right, so then it is working. Okay, great.
Okay, good.
So apparently we have a call-in show now. Okay, great. So if you'd like to call in, you can join the Discord and you can call in that way. Excellent. We have a call-in show now. Okay, great. So if you'd like This also might work for Jackbox, because if I share Jackbox inside Discord, then you guys might be able to hear the game audio if it's
Oh yeah,
because I might be able to do it that way. So we might be able to do Jackbox games this way. That could be cool. So I'm just waiting for people to join. It's like, so we'll see.
Mic's open, guys.
Someone else hopes the game, then it would work, but Discord won't play your own game audio back out through your Discord. It's probably true, because yeah, it would, because I need it to output. Yeah, it won't output the game audio back to me through Discord. You're right, it won't. So if someone else hosted Jackbox, it would work, because then it would give me the audio and it would play in the browser. So yeah, that's right. That's correct. So yeah, you're right. Also, while I'm here, for that attorney who was interested in joining me, if you just want to like drop me a note on like in general or something to let me know that you're there, I'll send you back like a DM or something to make my life a little easier that way, please. Can I drop this link in? Can I drop a link? Copy link? I can, I think.
Travis is in the Discord right now.
Yeah, I tried to send you a DM, Kurt, but it said wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, I
because
don't
we're not
I don't typically accept DMs. So if you just drop me a note in general, I'll send you a thing back.
Oh, okay, sure,
Just
absolutely.
just drop it to me in general.
Okay, yep.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Now that we've gone through all the effort to set this up. No one has any thoughts.
Okay, chat. Who's been your most influential witness so far in the case?
Okay. All right, so Travis now has the link for this afternoon, so that solves that problem. Janine Ireland for 599 says my second super chat today for Boston for you, Kurt. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Did ARCA account for slippery slows? No. Well, I mean, that would only change the speed, right? So, but yeah.
Oh yeah, they had a hard enough time getting up to speed as it was in a nice dry parking lot on a sunny day. And even with that, when they had the direct impact with the dummy, that probably slid a
Can
good.
you hear me?
I can hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Oh, so Tony, this is Rhonda, just Rhonda. Tony P asked who our most influential witness was. I was
Yep.
going to say Dr. Russell, but as of now, it's Crash Daddy, Dr. Wolfe.
100%. You better believe it. Yeah, Dr. Wolf is great. And the thoroughness of what he did was really good.
Yep.
Other than trying to other than trying to just pick at the edges, I don't really know what Brendan could do. I mean, they could try to go to bias and stuff like that and changing the report, try to make some insinuations there, but yeah, I don't really know.
I don't even know that they changed their report so much as it took them so long to get it done because of the lateness of Dr. Welcher's entry into the thing.
Sure.
So that's bad on Bev for not having forced them to have their reports in far enough in advance of trial. I can't really blame the defense on that. It would really have been beneficial, I think, to the whole trial. We wouldn't have had all of these hoops to try and jump through if there had been order beforehand.
Yep.
But Bev said the train is rolling and trial starts when trial starts. So if you want to lay even one more thing at Bev's feet than we already have, that would be worth it.
The other thing I really need to figure out is like what kind of goals I can do, because you can do goals for super chats, but I never know what to do for the goals.
Yes.
It's like Ian is like, I'll drink some hot sauce or something like that. It's like they'll do stuff like that, but it's like we need to come up with good goals that I can do for super chats that will actually encourage people to give super chats. I don't know what reward to give them. None of the rewards I can think of work or have been successful. So I don't know. I don't know how to induce super chats through goals, but if anyone has any idea of goals I could do that would make sense that people would actually contribute to, let me know. But if anyone has any idea of goals I could do. Jinx, I can hear myself back.
At least it's on a delay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Maybe we could get some Callie of the Beefish karaoke for hitting goals.
We could do voices. We can do Beefish voices and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, no booze goals. I'm not doing that anymore. Not doing booze goals anymore.
Nope. A little too early in the day, and yeah, we don't need to go there.
I liked when I'd sing. Yeah, well, sometimes I sing when I'm inspired to sing. I sing when the mood strikes me.
Mood might strike when you get enough super chats.
Their name on the screen behind you. That's an interesting idea. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but like if you could have an alert on the screen behind me if someone gave a super chat. I mean, they already get their name, they already get an alert on screen, right? So they get an alert on screen and they get a name. And so, but if I could figure out a way to do it on the screen behind me as well, that'd be cool.
No, if you set the goal for like 5 chats, you could put the 5 super chats names on a single slide and have it cycle through.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they might not necessarily how clear they would be, but
Well, yeah, I mean, you've only got so many pixels to work with.
yeah. Cook someone's signature disc for a big super chat. There's a way to control programmatically. Streamer bot could easily do it, but that'd mean OBS. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do it programmatically or not. It's Devoom, I believe, is the name of the brand. Devoom Pixel 64, something like that. Devoom something 64. So I don't know if it's possible programmatically, but whatever.
Yeah, technically generic. Whenever you want to hop in, feel free to unmute yourself. Apparently, Peggy has not seen Kurt sing before, so she hasn't been in enough streams. So, Peggy, make sure you're only ever here all the time as we're doing coverage.
That's right. Reading, giving thoughtful responses is enough, at least for me. Well, thank you, Maximum Bacon. I tried my best to read and give thoughtful responses. Appreciate it. Sounds like they're talking about a Twitch feature with the name appearing above your head. Yeah, I thought we already sort of had that embedded into the stream elements.
Is that an OBS thing too?
Well, it's definitely an OBS.
Yeah.
And you can do it in StreamYard. I don't know if you can do it in this thing where it pops up on screen. I don't know if this one supports it. Hey, how are you doing, Travis?
Hey, we meet. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yep.
All right. Tony, nice to see you. Kurt, nice to finally meet you virtually.
Thanks for hopping on.
Thanks for having me, sincerely.
Nice hat.
Well, I'm wearing mine because you haven't been wearing yours recently.
I don't necessarily wear it every single day. Depends how I'm feeling that day.
Every time I've happened to catch you, and I've been watching you for a while, Kurt, at least a year, I think, you've had your hat. It looks like a Manny Gamage to me.
Well, it's made by Texas Hatters in Lockhart, Texas.
Well, it's a Gamage. It's a Gamage. Yeah, I figured it was. Very nice hat.
What's Gamage?
Manny Gamage is the
name guy.
Of the man, and
the name, yes.
His son.
Right.
But Manny's made hats literally for kings and presidents.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a very, very good hat.
Yeah. I enjoyed, if you aren't in the middle of anything, I really enjoyed your presentation on the 6 cases that opinions that flooded out yesterday. And I liked, the way you do it. It's very, very entertaining. And I really wish we got CLE for it, but there's so much, which you could, but there's so much red tape.
Yeah, no, it's a total pain in the ass. It's a complete total pain in the ass. I have to submit like a lesson plan and materials and all bunch of bullshit. It's like, I don't need to go through that to like get approval for the CLE.
Yeah,
Fuck
a
you,
buddy of mine
bar.
in Austin does the update for Criminal Weekly, and it used to be just in the courthouse, but then he expanded to live presentations. And they've, basically the lesson plan is we're going to discuss the cases from the Court of Criminal Appeals for the last week. But yeah, it's just a paper nightmare. But the one that really caught my eye is, of course, the employment discrimination getting really standed on its head, that if you're in the majority, what you don't have to prove, what you do have to prove is it's going to be a major shakeup.
Yeah, in a lot of states it is. I mean, there was, I don't know the degree to which that the rule that they were sort of modifying was how widespread it was. I don't think, I know it was in some places, but not all places. But yeah, the decision seemed like a gimme to me. It's like, it seemed obvious. It's like, I mean, the statute is like, well, you can't discriminate on the basis of race. Okay, so what do I have to prove? You discriminated against me on the basis of race. It's like, then I have to, why do I also have to prove like some sort of systemic pattern? Like, if I'm the only one you've ever discriminated against because I was white, if I'm the only, but that was why you discriminated against me. You've never done it before and you've never done it since. But the reason you discriminated against me was because I was white. Then who the fuck cares about anything else? Because you discriminated against me for an illegal reason, right? I mean, so why do I need to prove anything else?
Right. And so the why it's a gimme and the gimme hadn't come up yet is, I have a couple of board certified employment law attorneys I refer stuff to in Austin. And up until yesterday, they typically say, oh, well, you're in the majority, you've got no case. And they just get, because they take them on a contingency. They take good cases. They don't just say, yeah, give me a $10,000, $50,000 retainer and we'll do our best, knowing that there's no real claim there. They take cases that are really solid. And up until yesterday, if you were in the majority and somebody in the minority displaced you, they would never take those cases.
Yep. Well, they've got a whole new cause of action today, so outstanding.
But anyway, I really enjoyed.
And to this, and to the extent the statute of limitations is still valid, they've got causes of action reaching back.
Yeah, yeah. But I really enjoyed. I saw 6 cases, 1 hour. I thought, wow, what the hell? It's been entertaining up to this point, and truthfully, I got a lot out of it. I really like the way.
Well, I really appreciate that, because as you might be able to tell, Supreme Court is like one of my favorite things. So I love talking about it.
Yeah,
I love explaining it, because it's like this is the good shit.
Yeah. I actually worked on an amicus brief for a case that was decided last month. It's that case where a constable shot and killed a driver of a vehicle down in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And they were looking on the standard, just tweaking slightly the standard on why did I have a brain freeze on that? I do qualified immunity, and whether you look at just the moment that they make the decision to use deadly force, or you look at all of the circumstances leading up to that. And
that was a pretty notable decision. That wasn't that. I don't think that was necessarily a gimme. I was very pleased by the decision.
No, when
that was like you look to the whole thing. It's like, and it seems almost a little against the flow of the law. Like, if I had to predict which way the Supreme Court would have jumped, I would have predicted the other way. So I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. And then, but when the Fifth Circuit, when one of the justices in the Fifth Circuit writes an opinion saying, hey, we're stuck with this, we have no choice but to follow precedent, and then points out all of the conflicts in their opinion. It was kind of like, you guys should take this up. We need to get this settled. That's the type of work I do primarily. That's 90% of what I do, is defend, 90% of what I do 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 is defend, 90% peace officers that are involved in critical incidents. And then typically in this day and age, no matter what happens with the officer in the internal investigation or the criminal inquiry, there's almost always a 1983 action. So I'm dealing with that all the time.
Well, if you're representing the officers, though, you're usually having a pretty decent day on a 1983.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. And so, really, it doesn't come up a whole bunch. That, the fact circumstance of that deal, where the constable jumps on the vehicle. So very, very fact unique. But anyway.
All right, court leaves. Your entry.
So do we have any idea, while we're waiting for them to come on, or any idea of a timeline? Do we think they're going to finish today, or there's no way they can finish today?
They said that they were looking to rest on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Which sounds about right. They still got one more aperture expert and I believe another medical expert as well.
Yep. Yeah, another ME, I believe.
And then whatever rebuttal that we've been speculating about, right?
Which I imagine will be a little bit more extensive.
Yes.
All right.
So we're looking at the jury getting this case basically next Friday is basically the projection. And then, of course, we have to have a discussion over the jury instructions, which will be really interesting, I'm sure.
So, okay,
Well,
great.
there have been a whole slew
Thank
of
you.
motions made recently. So.
Do you want complete verdicts or do you not want complete verdicts? Which one do you want?
All right, do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So,
Exhibit 216.
thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolfe.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCA before you began working there.
ARCA as a whole, yes, the work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project, no.
And you mentioned that you did
was,
some
though,
stuff
so-
for, the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see.
Fair answer.
You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017.
Correct, yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024, so about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACDAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think, the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident, where you have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know if it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like the things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you did the test?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually built the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually, after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolke, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
Almost like the
And you know what a
FBI can say
sequestration order
things.
is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records, you know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date, it's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50?
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you
Do we
know
object to the
if
term of the
still
use
under
destroyed?
Deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
Okay. And so, at some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So Mr. Jackson had indicated that He and his defense team utilized an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal as an encrypted app leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained in that.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So
Sustained.
I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, but did you list out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared?
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
And then you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. If you need to show the jury, it doesn't matter in this case. Did you write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct, yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night, yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, when you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point to the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic, that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important, and it helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is speculative. Come on.
Before you testified in a proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
When you were sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You'd only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question, no.
No, it wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made?
Objection. I'm going to allow it. Move the approach. Sure.
What a bitch.
I don't think he was so wrong that he needed to correct it in front of the jury. Because, I mean, a deposition versus showing up on the stand, I don't think they'd appreciate the difference. And the difference is not that large that their view of him would have been changed.
On the one hand, we have Aperture, who says, when they asked me how many times I testified, I said 20 because I was counting depositions. Without the positions, it's really 11. And then we have ARCA, or we have Aperture Science with, I know it says I have a BS degree, but I'm currently pursuing, even though I haven't done anything about it. I've been pursuing it since 2008. So between these sins, it's like, well, yeah, I'm caring a lot more about the one versus the other.
And Wolfe told the court, Lally was free to bring the question up to him. Lally didn't care.
Interesting boom right off the bat brings out you do work for insurance companies. We'll talk about that later.
That you made
we know why he's saying it.
Didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times when you asked me how many times I've been qualified. I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just read it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no need to confuse the jury.
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Feds.
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you
Does the
suffer from
Commonwealth
any
know what confirmation bias is?
in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
His wife texted, I think.
Wife?
Social media.
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I think one of his nephews or something has a connection to Alessi somehow.
Look at that document.
Or not Alessi, but Yannetti.
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Take it back.
Oh, Afix, you know they farmed that social media.
You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Renshaw cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see, footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices. Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
If anyone wants to wake me up when I'm supposed to start caring, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, Hank's painting a picture. I don't know if anybody's biting on it.
As opposed to what is like my question, right? Isn't it true that you only use the crash test dummies? I'm like, yeah. As opposed to what? Using my own arm or something? Like, what was I supposed to do?
I suppose you could get one of those gelatin arms with the PVC bones in them.
I guess.
But Hank does not want to see what happens if they'd actually used one of those, because that would have shown a whole bunch of fractures.
Yeah, really.
But he gets to armchair quarterback this, so, you know.
It's just so slimy, him trying to get them to speculate again that ARCA were from Karen Reed's insurance company. And,
yep.
You know, I really think with stuff like that, they open the door, but of course, you know, the court isn't going to go with that. They're letting them trounce all over that. It's really a shame.
Yeah. I just hope the jury can put 2 and 2 together, because they've heard agents, they've heard FBI, they've heard other law enforcement agency.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they're paying, it's like if they're really paying attention, they understand the difference. He said it was an agency. An insurance company is not an insurance company is not an agency.
Well,
so
there are insurance agencies.
Not in a technical
not
legal
like this,
sense.
though. Yes.
No.
But does the jury know that?
No, it was a different bureau entirely. You know, here in Texas, we have Farm Bureau insurance all over Texas. They write the insurance for our ranch, our family ranch. Oh, it's a different bureau.
You're not a bureau just because you're called Farm Bureau. That is not how that works.
Any port in the
Let me again
I guess.
ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
No.
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you, since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
and
yes.
as part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education
Like your
Yes.
bachelor's
And
degree?
they're relying
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty. You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Like blue paint?
I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question.
Yep, shut up.
Strike that, Jules.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in?
You don't want to know what I think as an expert.
Based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it.
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentzler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstrations or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic...
They were
review?
testing the skin at
Review
that point.
No, sir.
Everyone knows where DeMaio
Have you seen any articles
I've used him 3 or 4 times.
that support
He was alive.
the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentschler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
Multiple opinions.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr. Brennan.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentschler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
Seems pretty
You have
reasonable.
no independent experience or research or knowledge. Not Dr. Rentschler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the learned treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions. That a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
What the fuck kind of a question is this? Like, I mean, why wouldn't you? What doesn't that seem like a pretty reasonable thing, just like on its face, that you would use a crash test dummy relating to a crash of an automobile? I mean, that seems like the most natural thing to use to me. Geez, what am I going to use to test about an impact? Well, let's see. What do they use in vehicle impacts all the time? Crash test dummies. That's what they use. That seems like a pretty reasonable thing to use. What kind of question is this?
Yeah, and I think it was more about the damage to the Lexus than it was damage to a plastic arm. They just used the shirt there to see what they could find.
Unbelievable.
I certainly ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin, and I'm asking you for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Cite the report of Suck My Dick.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said
I
unconstrained,
could have got
what did that
Alex
mean?
into space.
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
The agency that retained us would have a better ability to get the Lexus into space. They know a guy. So
They do.
they might have been able to make a call.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Makes more
Did
sense.
someone
than an
suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour, there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Nobody said that it would.
Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
It couldn't have. Hence the cover up. Say it.
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
And knowing that it was found near his body, or you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how the speaker would be left at the curb?
They rejected
No,
the
I
Commonwealth's
did not evaluate
hypothesis.
that.
Come on.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the lawn?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night, so I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yards or were just down the middle? Look into that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you
Are you seriously haranguing him for not talking to the plow driver when the police didn't talk to the prowl driver for, what was it, like 2 years or something? Really?
Well,
Seriously?
yeah, until just before the first trial.
Really? Unbelievable.
Give any careful consideration to, if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how big would be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's?
Travis, how often do you feel the need to just want to like beat an attorney to death? Does that feeling arise a lot for you? And how do you manage that feeling? Asking for a friend.
Oh man, you just want to reach through the often with this guy, but you know, I'm occasionally frustrated with the way Jackson doesn't deal very well with objections and not getting an objection sustained and then following it up immediately with a motion to strike. That's granted. Your Honor, please instruct the jury to disregard that. Please instruct the jury to disregard counsel's comments, which he's getting a few sustained. And then, you know, but you got to follow up on it. But yeah, there's no, it's very, very frustrating, but pretty often with this attorney, Kurt, want to reach right through the screen and strangle the person. But, you know, of course, as you guys know, it's way different when it's in person right there. You know, you can't be thinking about physically assaulting, you know, the other lawyer, although that's come up probably twice in my career, but that's for another day. But no, you've got to focus on, you know, I've got to protect my client. You got to protect the appellate record.
Which is all the harder because the judge doesn't even allow you to state the basis of objections for some reason from the counsel table. So we've taken no speaking objections to a whole new level, man.
I've only seen that in the judge in New Mexico that started with the armorer in the Baldwin case.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've never ever seen that until that trial. And then they followed up with this. I don't even know what I would do if I was told, you know, but I'm pretty good about my objections. I don't do them improperly. It's objection at the most 3 words after that.
Right.
Yeah, that's all you need most of the time.
Right. Objection, hearsay, objection, leading, objection,
argumentative. Yeah.
Yeah.
So but you know, I guess if you just have 2 lawyers that will not do that, and you're just afraid of sanctioning them if they continue to do it, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I listen to what a judge tells me, and you know, I follow it. But
and maybe you could help me out because we were dealing with this problem yesterday or the other day when Brennan asked a question that was so smarmy because it was an ambiguous, what's it called? Like an ambiguous adjective phrase or something.
You know, a semantic ambiguity.
It was semantic ambiguity, and he slipped it in so subtly that I didn't even catch it like the first 2 times I heard it. And then my question to Chad, maybe you can answer for me. What is the proper, if I were a judge in that situation, what's the proper sua sponte objection for your question's fucking stupid, shut your fucking face? How do I phrase that in legal? Do you have any ideas?
I responded in chat at the time that it's, you know, it would be, and I've had it happen, you know, wait a minute, you guys aren't communicating. That can, or they'll say, I didn't understand that question.
Yeah.
Can you re-ask that again, counsel? I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but I didn't understand the question. Can you restate it? I've had that happen a few times, but yeah, what a slimy thing, and
so dickish. He's so dickish.
And really difficult to recover from on redirect, right? I mean, how on redirect do you sort out that what you were asking was dual pronged? that could be, without objecting that it was compound to begin with. But it's not really compound.
It wasn't a compound. That's the thing, though. It's like it was ambiguous, the reference, and I didn't even notice it until afterwards, that the ambiguity. And then he got him to buy into something that he had said something when he really hadn't really said it. And then he kind of felt trapped because a lot of people, want to be consistent with what they said before because they don't want to go backwards. So it's a psychological trick. So wasn't
multiple questions. It was one question that could be interpreted easily 2 different ways.
Yeah. And it's like, and then he sort of felt trapped, and then he didn't know what to do. And what a smarmy little bitch. And it was, that he did it so deliberately. There's no fucking way he didn't do that knowing exactly what he was doing. What a bitch. This should be illegal.
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
They had a reason.
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the taillight to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Objection. Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently?
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm
7th.
not mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry, maybe Wednesday. Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know, if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact,
you sure about
that's
those
how
10
it's positioned.
milliseconds?
It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit, after they're hit, can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is, isn't it?
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
That's secondary.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position?
Incorrect.
Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Can you answer
Asked
that?
and
Dr.
answered.
Wolfe?
He's answered it already.
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I'm not
this.
talking about studies. As far as data, information, you as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, we dismissed it. We tested it and
This
found it
time we'll
wasn't
get an answer,
necessary.
and that'll be it.
You got an answer every single time.
Can you answer that, Dr. Wolfe?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Fuck you.
Oh, come on.
Let's try. Jurors disregard that.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
I'd be asking.
Data
to see
changes
Bevan's
if
sidebar
information
after that
changes,
one.
right?
That was unnecessary. I mean, that
I'm
was
not sure I
bad
understand your
video.
That's a tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
What fucking bullshit is about to happen right now? I don't know exactly what's about to happen, but I'm pretty sure it's some fucking bullshit. What the fuck is about to happen?
And the last two letters, MA, signifies mass. Yes?
Correct.
No,
That's a very
mass
important
and
part of that
acceleration.
equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can it?
Yeah.
But the
I'm not
entire
sure I
mass
understand
is
your question.
irrelevant to
Let me make it more simple.
portion hitting the
When you
vehicle.
did these tests, you chose a arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
because it's
Now,
an
when you
analog.
made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
What?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I wasn't
I
asked.
don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference,
Uh-huh.
you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit.
Oh,
9.38
oh
pounds.
no.
Sustaining that.
2/100ths of a pound.
Showing you a photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And in that photograph,
Is
it
Brennan
shows
accounting
the
for the weight
arm
of the sensors?
that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows.
But we're totally okay with aperture science with that guy because he's vaguely the
Yes.
same height, and we're totally okay with him being and just standing there. That's totes fine.
That's if they bring Welcher back. What I want Alan Jackson to do is to stop, grab a transcript of this cross, and ask the exact same questions of Welcher as are being asked right here to see what answers he gets that way. Because you know it's just going to be brutal.
That arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct. Yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Board's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Just give us a minute. Let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
Exhibit 217.
Yes, now you can play it.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
That
Yes.
has none of the sensors attached to it, though.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct. Yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this?
When
you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force.
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you. Yeah.
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD I believe is 5'7". The Rescue Randy I think is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy.
I bet you
But
do.
Let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9". Yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds.
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
It doesn't
not his
matter,
whole body.
'cause
He wasn't 5'9".
The arm doesn't see the mass
Correct.
of the body until
So when you do the
long
math
after.
and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171 pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this. But
You
it's
hope.
very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage. And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster.
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on...
Are the rocks the same size?
In order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to...
Because otherwise it doesn't work.
The speeds that you presented on the demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm would cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29 mile an hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000 pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection. Sustained.
I'm trying to translate your question into not stupid. Sorry about that.
My question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree?
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to
on.
talk to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's
One
unreasonable.
time I'd love to hear the witness say, that's a bullshit question.
What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter? 2 pounds and what? How many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38 after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely if it's not restrained like that.
Before the body.
Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be.
I believe we'll touch hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000-pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, much lighter, 2 pounds and what, how many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
Wait, in terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight, the weight, 9.38,
Right.
and Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
Yeah, 2.62 pounds.
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? None.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree?
What?
Using the wrong arm, you make the deductions and the calculations that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour. Would you?
That's not how it
works.
works.
I would allow that.
No, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
Yeah.
Now, can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No.
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
Yeah.
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
Eventually, but not.
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because
Yeah.
it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic,
You
yes.
could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time.
If you had
Yeah.
the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided
This
in
isn't
his
on
report.
Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you.
It is fully on Dr. Welcher.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's in a rebuttal.
Jurors, disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position changed, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report and analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Sanctions.
Fuck,
Come up to the
your-
bench.
Fuck
You're
your
going
ass.
to jail.
Fuck you.
Sustained.
If the body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
This cannot be good for my health.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
It's only in as much as it depends on how much is actually contacting the lens.
When a pedestrian is...
The question is so strange because, of course, the government, of course, has the burden of proof. And he's trying to, the government's like, here's what we think happened. And so he's like, he looks as like, no, I don't think so. And now he's asking, well, what if it was different? But I was basing my results off of what the government said they thought happened. I'm like, no, their story doesn't make sense. Well, what if they changed their story? The question doesn't really make sense for me. Because like, wait a second, they didn't change their story. That's you. This is your theory of the case. And I'm like, what if it was different? I don't know, wishes and horses? What are we doing over here?
Yeah, they don't have to affirmatively prove what happened. They just have to disprove your version of what happened.
Struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness?
Yes, he's supported.
Strapped
Yes.
by its hips or pelvis?
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
Did any of the
I don't
Commonwealth
know that I
witnesses
agree with that
opine on
because
the drag of the
it
body?
will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after is what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I know that's what you're after, but what I'm asking you is when you end it, when the light stops, unlike a Lexus, and the dummy is stationary, unlike a person, it affects the aftermath, the drag and the push after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, a pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Nope.
Can I have the photo from
Continued on
test A,
into
please?
Higgins' Jeep. Thank you very much.
And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
No, don't accept the premise.
If we can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's 2 videos. If we could see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate
No.
12.6
No,
miles
we've
per
already
hour?
had this discussion. No, fuck you.
No, can you answer that?
No,
Not the way it's
objection.
phrased, no.
Come on.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that...
I like this comment. Send sheet $5 to the state of Massachusetts. Darrell Brooks is the only capable expert for this case since he tested on real people.
Oof.
Grounds. Grounds indeed. Yes, very good. Well done. Plus 1 point.
that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds,
Yes,
probably would be less damage.
it'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There would be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow-through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're
And
broken.
that could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might
Yeah,
be.
it's
And
inconclusive.
why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so, even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewed into the air, yes?
Well, there. I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left, and from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolfe can see it again, to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
That was also
Yes,
foam.
there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body's not going to see that acceleration.
At least not for a
You
little bit of
testified
time.
before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there was significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. Okay. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
He wasn't saying
Correct.
it
Their
was.
arm wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight, yes?
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd be
question?
the pull of their body weight,
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
gravity, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour the damage is much different than the other test at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. And when it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
Mm-hmm. And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body. It's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only
Oh
at
my
11.1
God, with the
miles per hour.
26%
Is that the
still.
right math?
Again, I don't agree with that because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test and you put it more behind the vehicle, this is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
And when you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy. And
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
it was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass
They weren't testing it
of the
for
Rescue
that.
Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
Not when you're doing the whole body.
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Correct.
It's a different test, testing something
Okay.
different.
If we can see in test F, we have some photographs.
Yes, and one it was relevant and one it
Start
wasn't
with the first
relevant.
one, if you
Ooh,
could
amazing.
Widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact.
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage
But
that's
not like what
consistent
was on
with
John
road
O'Keefe.
rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard.
Pavement hard.
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Not that hard.
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard? Hard as a rock?
Not like that.
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so, seeing holes in those clothes.
And
is what
frozen
you would
grass is
expect
actually pretty
after
slick.
Randy
It's
hits
not
that
going to
hard
braid
ground,
like that.
right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
I can't do trial 3.
No,
I can't do it.
hard ground
do
is
it.
not the same as pavement.
All right,
This is
jurors, feel free
specifically
to stand up and
pavement.
stretch.
I'll take your advice, Judge. Yeah, I'll stand up and stretch. Holy shit. Ah.
Did y'all catch with Wexler's testimony? That's the name of the expert for the Commonwealth, right?
Yep.
And at one point, he was saying the weight of the vehicle was 7,300 pounds and then 6,200 pounds. Did you catch that at all?
When
I
you talk
did
about
not.
difference in weight, I missed that now.
So at certain times during his testimony, he referred to Lexus as weighing 7,300 pounds, which I immediately caught. My wife has one of those or had one. That's the gross weight. That's the maximum weight you can put in the vehicle. But some of his
Okay.
calcs and his references were to gross weight.
So
I hope
holes in the clothes
Yeah.
is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is
concrete.
prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground, like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on, Randy?
I mean, I've done testing for that.
Can
and
you
I can
tell if
you
there's any
that's
small
not what it
pieces
leaves.
or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
I'd
No.
like to hear more about that when there's time. You're testing.
It's not terribly scientific. It's more anecdotal.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolfe?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay.
But that does not apply in this case.
On test E, there
should not
are
have been
some
allowed.
differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see the study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it
Are you
affects
not?
the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
It doesn't
And that
matter.
affects gravity, doesn't it?
No.
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight
Gravity doesn't
of the
care.
dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Right. So gravity really is, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Can in
Correct,
some
but
tests.
you can't look at this in isolation, just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no.
No.
It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took, in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F.
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests what pieces you're using, aren't you?
Yeah, and they told us that.
I would say adding, but
Well, adding and subtracting doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
yes.
Different result.
Not really.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. I
Do
understand.
you?
If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground. Yes.
Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct. And that wasn't the purpose of this
I
test, sir.
understand. When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down, in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct. We don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
This
We
is a
know
good
that.
answer.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
You're
Sorry,
still
can you repeat the
Brett.
question?
If that vehicle was in a
Because if
collision,
you didn't know it, it would
you
have been
wouldn't be able to
slower
tell
than
from
that
data
24
what the
miles
speed
an hour.
was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
So she was further up
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Okay, now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm, yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
He wouldn't. It would cause him to rotate.
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning?
Yeah, he's rotating. Exactly.
Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? In the turn of the sneaker?
Okay, look at the limbs on this dummy.
Yes.
They're twisting in a fashion you would not see in an actual body.
Okay.
I mean, his
I
other
want
leg
you
is
to go
turned
back,
completely
Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact.
270 degrees.
In
This
your
is worthless
studies,
on that
you
part.
would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm. So it's not a clip. Again, you saw at the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well,
He's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car?
He wants no lower body injury, but he still wants a foot run over. You
Brad-
know that's breaking. Come on, Hank. Some intellectual
I see the
honesty,
foot getting
please.
run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. Have you
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said, I would expect to see panel deformation, and in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation, stop, in this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination, relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
Right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation here, is there?
Correct, there is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman?
Show us the beautiful hat. Hat time.
Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not a claim that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Was that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
Doesn't have enough mass.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
Okay. And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
Can do.
It can if it's
Measuring.
significant, yes.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Well, that was dumb.
Mr. Jackson?
Yep.
But thankfully, it's over.
Until we get recross.
Kestrel says I hate Hank. Yeah, I hate him too.
Maybe recross if we're really, really lucky.
Can't think of a time when redirect was more important than right now.
Dr. Wolfe, go back to your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward, and I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Past E, that's what I am. That's
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going, if you'd please, to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolfe, that's awfully fast. Can you
Try
get
to-
to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
Am I able to display my screen without doing the... I'm trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than...
I don't know that I can in the... Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions
Sure.
based on that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame-by-frame perspective.
And in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E,
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
so the hand got up to a little over 24, the arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
Are you sure it's not just really, really improbable?
I also want to ask you about the...
Lexus in space?
Do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the full, what you call the full-on impact, test F as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you showed, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F as in Foxtrot with the holes in the sleeve,
If she can.
if she may.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolfe, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Yeah, if you've ever seen
Were
the
the
follow-up,
holes and
somebody
frays
who's dumped their
larger
motorcycle at
than
20 miles an
the
hour,
holes,
it's nasty.
the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Looking at this particular set of defects in the arm. Is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue that we discussed earlier. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about some of the work that ARCA does on behalf of private lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed or anything like that in the initial hire, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question.
Yeah, that was helpful.
A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you. You were asked several questions about the glass and whether or not the glass weighed in on your
Was it a private entity?
analysis
Can I ask
of the
that
damage
question?
to the rear tail light.
That might
Correct.
be a question.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds, have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds or if it weighed 9.4 pounds? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Booyah.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3, or at least the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds? Objection.
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increase the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
Please stop putting these equations back in my head. I don't want to.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically?
Yeah. Sustained in that form.
What effect, if you could tell us, well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed of the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehicle.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to do.
Okay, yeah, I understand you said it's time. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolfe, you want to come?
Oh, heaven
Alan,
forbid,
ask him
heaven
at this
forbid.
point if there would be a difference between 7,300-pound vehicle and a 6,200-pound vehicle, and it would be huge.
Yeah.
It's the weight of the vehicle that matters. The speed of the vehicle that matters.
It's more the weight of the vehicle in comparison to the arm.
All right,
Correct.
we'll let them close this out for the day, then we'll talk some more.
Correct.
All right, jurors, one question I have for you. So,
Oh, dear.
I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a half a day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case.
We are very much.
I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend. If you've made appointments or anything like that, I'm not asking you anything, but think about it. And on Monday, if you think it'll be Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know, and again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
If I disregard it, how can I let you know?
Your Honor.
If I disregard it, how can I let you know?
All right. Again, why don't I see counsel on scheduling?
Scheduling.
Spinny fan. All right. Well, Spinny fan is spinning for justice. Let's read a few super chats that came in. I think there were a couple. Chuck in Tennessee is a member for 31 months. Snacks gave 19.99 euros. And Chuck in Tennessee said, this may have been asked, why does Karen get to participate in side-bys? First time I've seen this. Yeah, it's a little unusual, I suppose, but she's out on bond. She's not dangerous, so there's no particular reason to not allow it. So,
Right.
she can be up there to listen to what's happening. So why not?
It's out of the ordinary, but not unheard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Karen's been relatively active in her own defense, so she appreciates being up there.
Yeah, you do have to ask permission for your client to approach during sidebars, but yeah.
I think they did that in a pretrial motion because Karen asked for a listening device so she didn't have to go up there. Bev denied it. So then I think they had a motion that just said, sure, she's welcome anytime.
I see Tony found himself a hat.
Yeah, I've got my hat, but like I said,
I'm a trendsetter on your channel, Kurt. I'm so proud to be a trendsetter.
I reject that label since I've been wearing a hat long before I met you, but trying to take credit from me. So what are your thoughts overall, Travis, on the trial today? Today was definitely the day to be here, Travis. Today was definitely one of the most interesting days of trial with ARC experts. What are your thoughts on the whole show?
One of the things I really appreciate about your channel, your commentary, and your chat, which I complimented about an hour ago, sincerely, is that it's easy in this type of format to just be an echo chamber. And especially when you have somebody as abrasive as the prosecutor in this case. And but you at times bring people back to earth and like, look, all of this, it doesn't really matter what our feelings are. Ultimately, this is going to come down to the jury view. And it's just really, really difficult. I think overall the states laid out the basics, as you've mentioned in prior presentations. They've set out a prima facie case. There's no insufficiency of evidence in this thing. They've laid it out. They've got a prosecutor who's very effective at getting these argumentative undertones in, and I think finally the courts caught onto that. The defense has spared no expense in having the best of the best present their side. I would have liked to have seen more pushback on the alcohol level. They don't have in the first trial, they didn't have an expert push back on that. There's some things that can be done. I used the expert forever, Dombrowski, who knows how to deal with the Widmark formulas, which the state people did. I just don't know that lay witness a couple of days ago, the friend that was in the bar, and was commenting on that the defense called, and she saw Karen on the driver's side and O'Keefe on the driver's side. That was what she was asked on cross, essentially wheeling the defendant. She saw Karen approach from the driver's side of the Lexus, but nobody asked her either side, did you have any concerns about her driving? She seem intoxication is perfectly fine for lay opinion. There's no problem with that. In Massachusetts, Texas, anywhere else, you can offer a lay opinion about intoxication, but nobody asked, you saw her heading for the driver's side, she's your friend. Did you have any concerns about her driving? Did she appear intoxicated? That's very odd. I'd like both your...
Yeah, that would have been a lot cleaner than what they actually did, saying, yeah, they were having a talking and she seemed fine.
Yeah, they should have liked that. I mean, they asked about it a little bit at the bar about whether or not she seemed okay or not, but you're right, they could have done a little bit more in that domain.
Oh, they did ask that question?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But the driving part would have been much clearer.
Okay. So on today, it's kind of what we expected. I don't think, me sitting here, I'm going, the jury's got to see a huge contrast between Wexler for the Commonwealth and this gentleman. I've seen other chats that I participate in that are run by a couple of really smart ladies, and they talk about how attractive he is, the witness today, and about what's really frustrating is all we know about this jury is, quote, younger, unquote. I've seen comments again in your brilliant chat about if this is an educated jury, it's all over for the Commonwealth. Yeah, is this a bunch of MIT grads that are younger, or is this people who never used math after they got out of high school, like me, or became a lawyer because there's no math on the LSAT, right? And so, it's really difficult, but I think the defense has, again, done an excellent job. I'm a little concerned, and I'd like both your comments on this. This testing I saw today, rips in the sweater, impact to that tail light. that seem sort of debris fields seem sort of consistent with what the evidence was in the case, and I'm a little concerned about that. And you know, the prosecutor did a great job of pointing out the similarities, of course, like in the sweater. And Tony, like you mentioned, the asphalt, you know, it's different, but yet there it is. And I don't know if it's problematic or not, but I'd like to hear your guys' views on that aspect of it.
Tony, what do you think?
Yeah. So obviously, asphalt has no give to it at all. It's made of jagged pieces, very small. Like, you could characterize it almost like tooth-like, like sandpaper. Anything that's going to rip and tear your clothes, which is not like a lawn. I had mentioned I kind of had experience with this. So I live all the way up here in the UP of Michigan, almost as far north as you can get. We have a lot of snow. So one thing people do in the wintertime is a lot of sledding. Now, there are some places we have here that we sled that are basically pits for where road crews get some sand and stuff that they stockpile for the winter. So it's really sandy soil. It's very steep angles, and so once it freezes and starts getting covered over in snow in the wintertime, you can sled down it and you get a significant amount of velocity off of some of this stuff. I've seen several people, not in collisions, just simply dumping out of their sleds, break bones. You're going so fast at some of these particular locations. At the bottom, they plow kind of where people park and whatnot, which is where you end up stopping. So you've got hard frozen grass, sand, gravel. People dump out of their sleds all the time, do not end up with road rash or torn clothing like John O'Keefe did.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of ARCA, I mean, it sort of speaks for itself. I think Brennan definitely scored some points along the way in cross with respect to poking holes in various aspects. Now, how much do those holes matter? Like, but this is sort of what I thought, like some of these ideas, like there was no glass in the hand. He mentioned that.
Yep.
He didn't actually go after the idea of the taillight potentially being damaged in advance of the collision. So
Yep.
that was one element he didn't touch on. Even if he doesn't want to go there, like sort of in the idea of his closing, like just to like show like it's a premise, like if it just to like because you just want to basically, or my idea at least initially is just attack anything in the anything about the thing that I can attack for the sake of attacking it to show it to be potentially unreliable. So like even if I'm not going to use the idea that even if I'm going to argue it was completely intact, like I think I'd still ask the question anyway because I can show the study to be somehow incomplete. So what he did well in terms of that was like showing things, how much they matter or not. Like, you didn't have it attached to a body. The arm is of a different mass, although we don't know the mass of John O'Keefe's arm, as was pointed out. It was an assumption. There's these riggings. The body is spinning, or the arm's spinning a lot more than it would because of a body. Because if it's going to hit your arm, it's going to, your arm's attached to your body, so it's going to obviously do something else.
It is, but it's not going to in the moment of the collision. The moment of the collision is so fast, the body is not keeping up with the arm. So that arm does not see the mass of your body.
No, I understand that, but like when he was talking about like the arm spinning a lot of times, because like it wouldn't do that because the arm would still be attached to your body. That part.
I was doing some calculations here on the back end, just with momentum. So we're going to use some simplified figures to make it easy for us.
Uh-oh.
So conservation of momentum.
Okay.
So let's assume he had the test arm was close enough to 10 pounds for the back of the envelope math. So the 10-pound arm traveled at 20 miles an hour. John O'Keefe was roughly 200 pounds. So that's 20 times more than the arm. So conservation of momentum means he had to be moving at 1/20th of the speed that his arm was. He would have been knocked at 1 mile an hour. He'd have moved at 1 mile an hour after that collision where it knocked into his arm. He would not have been sent flying like he was in the full impact. At most, he would have stumbled sideways a step.
I mean, yeah, very much. Yeah, the idea that he flew through the air based on all this is like ridiculous.
Yeah, he
But,
would.
like,
No matter what, he wouldn't have been hit hard enough to fall over and slide, unless it was the direct impact.
yeah. So, like, for me, I'm really tired. I'm as much as I try to like be objective and like score points. At this point, I'm losing my ability. I was definitely feeling it in the like cross examination today, perhaps more than other. Like my ability to try to like remain objective and outside myself and try to like be fair. I was like, I just am my desire, my punching you in the face desire is so high right now. I'm having a real hard time getting past that. So like my patience and being able trying to like keep this fair in some sense is not
Yeah.
not what it used to be. Okay. It's day 28 now. All right. But how many days are there in a week? 7. So where are we? 4 weeks into this now? Yeah, my and then of course we had all the pre-trial shenanigans and all that stuff. So I think I held on as long as I could, but I've sort of lost my ability, and I just it's very difficult for me to look at this. But I was trying to give him his credit where it was due in terms of what he was able to do in terms of like things like that, and in trying to attack elements of the study and elements of like wherever he could find them to try to poke holes. Like the whole thing about like, oh, you said you testified 20 times, so it was really 10 because of whatever. Like just like very nitty, but it's like, well, I guess you got to use what you've got to try to make it. But it's like how that plays the jury, who can say? But for me, it's like my patience is gone. I just find it like smarmy, dishonest. It is.
Well, that's so much of this
It's
afternoon's cross was very dishonest. All of the questions, well, not all, but a majority of the questions were non sequitur to the actual report and testing. But you'd only know that if you knew enough physics and the stuff behind it. Who's the jury going to start believing on the stuff that's presented? So it's hard to say.
well, I kind of hope they're going to believe the guy with the PhD over the guy who lied and has associate's degree. And I hope they're going to believe that guy. But what can I say? The last time we had Trooper Paul, so
yeah,
one can only hope. Now, were you able to? I didn't watch all of the Commonwealth's Drexler's testimony. I saw a lot of the cross, but like pulling teeth. But what is their theory of where Karen Reed's vehicle was supposedly backing up? Was it in the lane?
No, it was in the lane. They had her starting slightly west of the flagpole, so almost in line with the trees between the two properties. They showed her go forward 34 feet, stop, put it in reverse, gun it in reverse, hit him around where the flagpole is. Did not say, I think, what speed she was at then, but concluded that she went backwards 87 feet, which would have brought her roughly in line with the driveway, at which point she was traveling 24 miles an hour, 75% throttle, no brakes. So she would have continued probably at least 30 or 40 feet backwards, even if she slammed on the brake right then. That's where there were several other vehicles parked in the street at the time.
And so it clips him, and then he goes off to the side into the yard.
Yep. Yeah, okay. In trial 1, Trooper Paul, the quote-unquote accident reconstructionist for the state police, said he went airborne 30 feet before he landed because there was no indication of skidding or drag marks in the front lawn.
You left out the pirouette, but yeah.
Well, yes.
That's spinning. Key. The key.
Which
the key.
Spinning is what's going to happen when you get clipped. So he wouldn't have even stumbled at a mile an hour. He'd have just, spun around a little bit. without going
again,
anywhere.
that, sometimes it's hard to imagine that, when you have a really smart jury. So Travis County, which is where Austin is the highest educated county in the United States per capita, because University of Texas.
Okay. Yep.
And so our juries in Travis County everyone's a college grad. It's just a matter of how much they went beyond a 4-year degree, pretty much. And so there's stuff you'll do in trial that you'll let them figure it out. You don't need to spoon feed them, depending on what type of folks you have on the jury. But
Yeah.
and so,
well, that average IQ of Travis County has gone down since I left, so I apologize for that.
And we're still trying to get you back. Anyway, I don't know that the IQ is high. They just have a lot of letters after their name. But you sometimes you don't spoon feed on purpose. You want them to think they came up with it.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, let them draw the implication, let them draw the inferences. Sometimes that's the way to go instead of hammering them over the head. Like the entire way that they've dealt with the idea that this was fixed or a conspiracy by the police, or like the way, first of all, it's just better because they don't shift their burden of proof. And also, like, the mystery sometimes can be better than showing the thing. Like it's the classic, like in the horror movie, right? It's the idea of the monster is inevitably more scary than the monster, because once you put flesh to it, it's like, oh, never mind. Yeah. So letting the jury sort of draw their own conclusions and inferences can be very valuable sometimes when you give them those pieces. So I agree a lot with that. Although all that being said, I'm still grateful for Jackson spending the time he did, and still would have liked a little bit more, to be honest, out of the direct of this witness, because I think it's like, if I'm going to spoon feed anything to you, it's going to be this. I'm going to make sure you heard it 7 different ways.
So when all the accident reconstructions, and of course I have experts that do it, they're generally working from a point of impact. Sometimes that's determined by the Texas DPS or trooper. And there's a number of ways that they do that, where dust falls from the bumper will usually fall straight down regardless of whatever. I've had pedestrian, unfortunately, on pedestrian vehicle versus pedestrian, where both shoes, laced up high top sneakers, stayed right where that person was standing. They were hit so hard, and yeah, they do stay, that you fly right out of your shoes. It doesn't matter if you're in boots or laced up high top sneakers. It's hard to imagine, but I wouldn't have believed it unless I saw it with my own eyes. But I would have liked to have seen with the expert that Jackson brought out a little bit more about lack of a defined point of impact. Going back to, if this was a good investigation, that's where you're going to start to look for that stuff. Yeah, the debris is nice because you can do a vector analysis, which Tony, I think, you know about. But even without that, to work from a point of there should have been a point of impact.
Should have been. Judging by where they had guessed that the body was, because nobody ever actually managed to measure and take coordinates, and where they GPS tagged a bunch of the taillight pieces. The taillight pieces were further back and further to the right in the yard than his body was. And as you noticed by this demonstration, that those pieces were traveling the same speed he was, none of them went past that test dummy. It was all well before, closer to where the impact was than it was the body.
And that's because of mass, right? It's lower mass. And so to go further,
it's mass to drag air resistance. So it'll slow down a lot faster than he will.
Okay. So for later, another day, I looked at the verdict form from the last trial for a couple of minutes during the testimony. And when I felt like pulling my hair out, I looked at the previous verdict form, and I'm going to get up to speed on those lesser includeds, and try and get that to Kurt before next Wednesday or whenever, it gets to that point. But there's a lot to this with the lesser includeds and all of that. The lesser included is a manslaughter, the intoxication stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a fair amount there. Of course, and they did correct the form. So I don't know if I ever saw the corrected version of the forms with respect to that not guilty on the manslaughter charge, because they changed.
It was an exhibit in one of the
yeah.
post-trial motions to, try and get it declared that raised judicata, not raised judicata, double jeopardy. The double jeopardy motions, they attached the actual.
Okay, I'm not sure. I've ever seen them.
Yeah, I think we might have looked at it because it had a not guilty checkbox like up in the corner of the page, but where all the individual accounts were listed was down in the middle of the page. So unless you were looking for it up on the edge, you wouldn't have really noticed it.
I don't remember that at all. So maybe my memory is bad. Maybe I'm having some false memories.
I mean, I could be too. I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, the way I remember it reading on the original was because they had the manslaughter and there were like 4 options. The first option was like not guilty, I think was the first option. Then it was like 3 different versions of manslaughter. Then they wanted the form amended so it would say not guilty of effectively the top count and any lesser included. They wanted that language added. And I never have seen the version of the form with that amended language. I assume it exists because the defense asked for it. The judge said they ran, and if it didn't exist, presumably that would have been made more of a note of. So I just have never actually seen it. And there's no particular reason that we'd see the jury forms because obviously the jury didn't wind up checking anything. So I don't know if they were entered. I don't know if they were entered on the record or not. But either way, it's not consequential. But yeah, I mean, this trial has been very interesting. And of course, we have still 1 medical expert left to go. We still have 1 expert from ARCA relating to the injuries element, which I think is something that I definitely want to hope that they're going to be as effective with that person as they were here. And then, of course, what does Spanky have for his rebuttal case is going to be interesting in terms of how he's going to be able to present that. To bring in that dog behavioralist expert or what he's going to do.
Good luck on that one. But
yeah, I wouldn't bring in the dog behaviorist expert at this point. That just seems like a bad play. If I wouldn't bring him in to deal with ARCA, that seems like a very bad play. But so what is he going to do on his? I think it's going to be a longer rebuttal close or rebuttal case. I think he's actually going to spend some time with it. So if it goes 3 days, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than that.
Yeah.
He's definitely calling Welcher back. We know that. He's going to try and rebut some of this stuff. Who else was he probably going to call? Some of the testing people. He might bring in some more of the witnesses for witness intimidation stuff. If Bev found he opened the door wide enough for that, wouldn't surprise me. We got the dog bite expert for sure. Expert behaviorist.
Defense is entitled to serve rebuttal. It's something that, we often don't plan for, kind of leave out, but they should be ready, even if they've got to bring back one of the ARCA people.
You say entitled to serve rebuttal. What do you mean by that? Entitled to it?
You get that as a matter of right, serve rebuttal.
Really?
Yeah. Texas too.
I'm unaware of that, so I'm not aware that you get serve rebuttal as a matter of right.
Yeah, in a criminal case, serve rebuttal is a matter of right. It's in the Code of Criminal Procedure.
Let's look it up because I like to learn something.
While you're looking it up, Rose had a question a little while back. She had asked if a more direct forward impact would have made more sense to get John to where he was over the curb and into the yard. That is the only way he would have ended up there. But as you could see by the testing that Dr. Wolfe did, the back end of the SUV would have basically been caved in, and his injuries would have been severe. So it's possible, but it doesn't jive with the rest of the data that we've got.
So the UP, you have permafrost, right? You have to delay funerals.
Oh, it depends. They've got the technology. It's like heated blankets that they can leave on there long enough to throw it off. But yeah, we get frost down below 6 or 7 feet a lot of times. We've got our sewers and plumbing buried pretty deep, usually like 6 or 7 feet, and they'll freeze over because the frost line gets down below that a lot of times. And if you're not using it, because your pipes will keep the ground around it a little above freezing if you're using water flowing through it. But there's a lot of times people's water coming into their home will freeze in the inlet, and they'll end up hooking industrial welders to like a fire hydrant and then their incoming water line inside. Run the welder to heat the pipe up enough to thaw out the pipes.
So I'm in Boston, and I lived in Connecticut for 2 years going to school. We really don't. I mean, it will freeze, but where I went to school was within 5 miles of the Atlantic, just like Boston is, and it's kind of a heat buffer.
Oh, very much so.
It doesn't really let it go deep cold like Buffalo, lake effect, a whole different deal. And 20 below, we're not talking those kind of temperatures.
Oh, not there.
Who established that the ground was frozen, like Brennan keeps referring to?
They brought in a meteorologist to talk about the weather that night, and I think they allowed him to opine on the general state of the ground at that point in time, which I don't know why they'd allow that, because there's so many variables to it that it's hard to say.
I can't find any real mention of server rebuttal. The only thing I see is in Rule 24 of the Criminal Procedure Code that just says defendant shall present his closing argument first. That's all it says, which then implies.
I'll find it for you.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it gets extraordinarily cold here sometimes. I mean, we'll spend a week or two at 30 below every year. There was 1 year not long ago where I think we hit 90 consecutive days without ever hitting 0.
Yeah, I think, seeing that 2 tears on the sweater, but then, they need to keep bringing up that arm that with all of those deep wounds.
Oh yeah, if that was caused by a
didn't look anything like that.
If that was caused by a slide, you wouldn't only just have the big wounds, you'd have a whole mass of tiny little scrapes alongside them. If anyone's seen road rash or anything else from somebody sliding, you'll know that does not even remotely match. And I think part of Dr. Russell's differential diagnosis probably went through that with as many auto accidents as she's seen, but it was so unlikely she probably dismissed it, didn't even write it down like many of the other potential things that could ever happen to a body.
Kurt just loves digging through the law. He doesn't get enough of it during the week.
Well, I'm always ready to learn something new about the law because every once in a while I get surprised. So when you say something surprising, I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
every single day.
Like apparently they have unlimited cross in Mass. So I mean, I wouldn't know that, but apparently that's in the rules. So
Yes, yeah, no, we talked about that before. I think.
yeah, it's just it was something
Yeah.
to learn. And then also apparently the idea that you can get this missing witness instruction, because in a lot of jurisdictions you can't get that. So that surprised me.
Mass has a lot of interesting
That's
things.
2 ways I've been surprised so far. And then of course the fact that apparently the judge gets to choose the 4-person, and that's exciting, which is interesting. Although that's not.
Boy, oh boy, I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, they also do it in South Carolina for some reason. So who knew?
Yeah. But yeah, Pat Hacker, it's not usually that cold up here. Most of the winter we're in the like 10 to 20 range Fahrenheit, but we get cold snaps all the time. It's interesting up here because the jet stream will come just shy of Hudson Bay and then dip south, clip just the northeast edge of Minnesota and Wisconsin, engulf the UP, and then head straight back north again up to the Hudson Bay.
Found it. Okay, so Kurt, you want to go to chapter 36 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, article 36.01, and then B, and then 7, rebutting testimony may be offered on the part of each party. So it goes through, you read the indictment, you pick the jury, you read the indictment.
36B?
3601, article 3601 of chapter 36 of the Code of Criminal Procedure.
I'm not even seeing 3601. I just see 36 Criminal Procedure Rule 36 Case Management.
Article 3601, Order of Proceeding and Trial.
Okay, I'm just going to have to Google it differently.
Oh yeah, just Rhonda. Most places.
Are you in Texas 3601 or Mass 3601?
Texas, I'm sorry. They follow the same.
All right, 3601. Okay, I'm there.
I'm sorry. And then B6, B7.
This is Code of Criminal Procedure, right? 3601. And then B.
Yep. And then 7. 6 is the testimony on the part of the defendant shall be offered. And then 7 is rebutting testimony may be offered on the part of each party.
All right, that's A7. So let me read this for a second. I'm information. First stage shall be offered. Nature of defense rely on this warrant defense counsel. Testimony on the part of defendant shall be offered. Rebutting testimony may be offered on the part of each party. Okay.
So the cases say that clearly means both sides are entitled to. So you can actually, even if the state doesn't offer rebuttal, you can, the defendant, if you have a direct rebuttal, it's much more difficult to get a judge to do it, but you can. If you have direct rebuttal of somebody in the state's case, you can offer that rebuttal in sur rebuttal, even if the state doesn't put on a rebuttal case.
That doesn't really make any sense, because what are you rebutting? Because because the state goes first in the criminal case, which of course they do, and then the defense puts on their case, which, fair enough. The state doesn't do a rebuttal. So, but you already had the chance to rebut the state's case in your case in chief, because
that's why it's more difficult.
Like, what are you rebutting? There's nothing to rebut.
Well, you'd be rebutting this. So let's say state calls an expert, and you put on your case, but you can't get your expert there in time. And so you offer it in sur rebuttal. There's a risk to it if the state doesn't put on rebuttal. But you're not in sur rebuttal. You're not rebutting rebuttal. You're rebutting direct testimony in the case in chief.
I just don't know. I just don't understand how that's any different functionally from the defense just offering their case in chief, because
well, yeah, normally you do it right then and there, and you get, with regard to experts, you get an exemption from the rule for your experts. Your Honor, I'd like my expert on accident reconstruction to be able to sit in.
Sure, that I understand. The experts not being, that's
right.
fine.
And so that's when it's normally done, and then you do the rebuttal right then and there. You sat through the testimony as you were allowed to do by the court of the state's expert. Yes, I was. Did you disagree with anything? Oh yeah, I sure did. What did you disagree with? And then they go through it, and you do it right then and there. But let's say you got caught off guard by something, and for whatever reason couldn't put it on in your case in chief. You can ask the court, look, we weren't aware of this. We were surprised by this. And which is why you'd bring it up right away. You'd say, we're surprised. We don't have an opportunity to address this in our case. Well, you can save it for rebuttal. Okay. And then if the state doesn't have rebuttal, you still get to put it on. Judge, you said we could rebut this in our rebuttal. It's unusual.
Yeah, no, I would think so. But at that point, it sounds basically in my head like functionally the same as just reopening my case or something. I want to even though I've rested, I want to reopen because of some sort of manifest necessity, fundamental fairness, blah blah blah, whatever. Yeah, okay.
But what normally happens? So they're going to put the state's accident reconstruction expert on, and he's going to testify that, again, well, anything's possible. Yeah, it could fly off into space.
Yeah, that is not possible.
They could put on one of these guys. Again, we're calling them to rebut this, and they have an absolute right to put on sur rebuttal. Is that realistically possible? No. The escape speed from Earth is 25,000 miles per hour. That's the only way it can fly off into space. What he's saying is crazy, and I don't care if he's an engineer or not an engineer. There's no reasonable engineer that would agree that is a possibility.
Right. Yeah.
But they would be allowed to do that. Whether they do or don't, I don't know. With defense, a lot of it's so if you're court appointed to somebody, the judge ain't going to pay to bring the expert back for sur rebuttal. You better get it out in your case in chief, and that's just the lumps. That's the reality. But if you have a private client with the funds, you can bring them back on sur rebuttal to address what the state's going to do in their rebuttal.
Well, that's interesting. So I didn't know that apparent in Texas there's sur rebuttal, or I mean I always know it's a possibility. It's always possible, but it's basically unheard of. It never happens. And we did see one trial, someone in chat point out, I can't remember which, where we did see sur rebuttal, and I'm like, this is bizarre overall because it never happens. But apparently in Texas we can do it as a matter of course. So it's well, something new to learn. Everyone does something just a little bit differently, man.
Well, it's a matter of course. To your point, Kurt, what I get by your implication, which I totally agree with, is with the state's expert, they already anticipated some arguments that the defense experts were going to testify to. And it's a matter of the judge saying, well, that's not really rebuttal. You already covered this in your direct of your expert. We're not going to go over this again unless it's something different. You chose to anticipate the testimony of the defense expert. We're not going to let you just
You're talking about a judge actually restricting rebuttal to what it's supposed to be. What fantasy world are you living in? This judge doesn't even believe in this judge hasn't heard of the concept of scope. What are we talking about?
But I'm trying to explain why you haven't heard of it and why it's not every day. Is that judges aren't going to let you just bring somebody back in rebuttal.
No, I thought it was just my case in chief part 2. I thought I'd just get another case in chief. We had one case in chief, but how about a second case in chief?
Yeah.
Well, we know that's what Brendan's aiming for, so let's see what happens there.
Yeah. No, I think the probability of this judge allowing a rebuttal is 0. This jury is going to get the case by the end of next week probably, and we'll see what's going to happen at that point with the new exciting jury instructions, and also what they want in terms of complete verdicts versus incomplete verdicts and all that stuff. Because it's like, if I were the judge in this situation, I'd be like, you can have it any way you want, but you have to tell me up front, we are not changing this once we charge the jury. So you have to decide before we charge the jury, do you want complete verdicts or do you not want complete verdicts? No changing your mind, no takey backsies. What do you want to do? That'd be my attitude in this situation. And but I don't know if she's going to go that route, but that'd be the way I'd handle it.
This day off yesterday kind of threw me, and I'm wondering if it's they were going faster than schedule and they weren't going to have the experts yesterday, and they said we can't get our guys are scheduled to come in tonight and they'll be ready to start first thing on Friday. But she did make a point. Hey, we're ahead of schedule. That's the good news. We're so far ahead of schedule, we're taking a day off. I don't know. I'm sure that's true, but it's part of me says it's revolving around ARCA. So he hadn't finished with his redirect, correct? We're going to pick up redirect.
Yeah, I'm sure Jackson's going to spend the weekend thinking of some new exciting questions to ask.
Well, I mean, it's good sitting. So to your prediction earlier, no, he couldn't keep them on direct all day, but he kept them on long enough to have redirect spill over.
Well, that was mostly a factor of when Brennan got done versus whatever. So,
And I'm wondering if Bev was willing to stay another 20 minutes, he might not have just finished.
Yeah. What is your understanding of Texas criminal practice when it comes to judges insisting on complete verdicts versus not? Is there any? Because do they care?
Well, I've got a lot of experience with this, and when this fiasco happened last go around, I have to tell you, I was in a couple of places online publicly saying they should not be the defense should not be high-fiving right now. They should be, I understand why they were, but you should be asking the judge to inquire of the jury, have you reached any verdicts on any of the counts? But it's complicated because, and Jackson tried to fix it, but so for example, in police officer cases and the few that have gotten for a shooting in the course and scope of their duty, they'll typically indict for manslaughter and then have lesser includeds of criminally negligent homicide, official oppression, etc. And I've had cases where they've come back on one, but they were hung on another, and we asked the judge to clarify, and then we fixed the form. That happened about 3 or 4 years ago, but now I have a verdict form. It takes them step by step.
Yeah, that was that was
Guilty,
one of
not
the more succinct jury forms in sort of its layout. It was very. I've definitely seen jury forms that lay things out in a lot more piecemeal detail. Yeah.
And it lays it out, guilty, not guilty, or if you were unable to agree, go to the next one. And then it'll say if you find, if it's guilty, stop. You don't need to go to the lesser includeds. But no, I've had to ask the judge, well, can you inquire if they're hung on all of them or just some? And then, we learned from that, obviously. They said, no, we've decided on some. Okay, go back and on the ones you have decided on, and then you just hope to God you're doing the right thing for your client. Fortunately, we were. And on the one that they were hung on, you just deal with that later. But it's just one of those things that if you're in the courtroom when that happens and you see it in something else, you know, but if you've never had it happen before, you just don't know. But you can't try and get that toothpaste back into the tube. I'm going to declare a mistrial. The way she did that was a little bit different. She just announced it. To know, hey, we need to approach first before you let them go. But that's a matter of huge excitement, but you're just not going to get, they went all the way to the Supreme Court on that. And I just didn't think they had much of a chance. You had to go for it.
Yeah, I mean,
and try.
Why not?
And they had the lawyer that was successful in that court with getting them in the federal court, to get the federal court to say facts were a little bit different. Yeah, we agree. This is double jeopardy, but it was vastly different on making the court aware of the problem, giving the court a chance to fix it right then and there, rather than interviewing jurors and all of that stuff. It's just so unfortunate. But live and learn. But I know they'll have a proper form prepared, and I think if they can submit some from the federal court. Federal court's really, really good on their verdict forms if you have lesser includeds and how to get them through it. And I know there's this unusual law in Massachusetts about not telling them what to do or giving them the steps, if you will. But that case doesn't prohibit a judge from spoon feeding it out and saying, if this, go to number 4. If that, stop. If this, go to number 2. And that's really what you have to do. And even then, I've had it in civil cases where that's real common to say, okay, if this, where you have special verdicts all the time in federal court, if this, then do this, if that. And I've still had the judge going through and reading, said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, this is incorrect. Please look at the instruction on number 4 very, very carefully. And I can't remember what it was. It may have been comparative. If they're more than 50, although I don't think it was that, but it's neither here nor there. But sometimes even when you're super clear about it, they misunderstand. in the slime category, we talked about it earlier, but I think it was slimy. So some of the other things you do is represent insurance companies, right? And trying to get them, maybe we can get them thinking they were at least they got to say other agency this time.
They said agency last time.
The jury thinks it.
Yeah, they said agency last time too in the last trial for the extent that anyone picked it up. But yeah, they definitely said agency.
But at least one juror said that they took that to mean it was Karen Reed's insurance.
Yeah, well,
company.
fortunately, the defense thought to ask that question and asked him specifically, like, were you hired by insurance company? And he said no. So fortunately, got that answered out. So.
Oh, that was allowed.
Yeah, they did ask that.
I didn't see that.
The other supposed option in the last trial they thought about was Turtle Boy was the purveyor.
Turtle Boy's an agency now? Oh dear.
Yeah. So.
How powerful is this man? Well.
Did they ask how much the defense has paid ARCA since it was on their dime?
I don't think they got into specific numbers.
I thought they said 50,000.
Maybe they did. I don't remember.
Wow, that's
it is.
And how much did they pay Wexler?
Wexler is 350 or 400,000 for.
Yeah, Welcher was. Yeah,
Welcher,
it was 350,000 plus whatever expenses they incurred, which would be the price of the Lexus minus whatever they sell it for. So potentially that could be less than 350 or it could be more. But yeah, 350 was the base. And they've only paid 40,000 of that. So there's another 300,000 outstanding that they have yet to be paid.
So during Wexler's testimony, he alluded to, but never talked about it specifically. He used it, and so it has an automatic traction control system that's on by default. So if a wheel starts spinning, and again, my wife had this exact same model here, it will apply braking just like with anti-lock brakes. It'll do impulse braking on any wheel that's spinning. And he alluded to that in one of his answers, and he said, well, there's some braking going on that's part of the system. And he was explaining that chart, that spreadsheet that he himself created, but never got into, no one ever that I saw got into that traction control system and whether that's a trigger, what it shows. Tony, did you have more on that you thought could have been brought out or
my biggest problem with his spreadsheet is that over half of it was data that he figured out. He marked them as blue columns. He put his initials at the top. He did math to get those numbers, but because it's a PowerPoint and not a report, he never tells us how he arrives at those numbers. He just waves the magic wand of saying it was math, which is my biggest problem with that, is he came to so many conclusions and we don't know how. So when I was analyzing his spreadsheet, I was trying to rely only on the black columns. That was telemetry data, braking data, that was raw data from the Lexus that he showed us. So that would have been engine RPMs, that would have been braking on or off, and just the stopwatch version of the time on the outside column.
And then through that system, this trigger, the maintenance system, whatever it's called, it won't show if the automatic traction controls engaged, right?
Not that I saw. It is.
And I think his answer where he said, well, it's part of the system, is something didn't match entirely. That the speed and distance, and then
None
he
of it matched up.
explained that, well, that's due to some of the braking that
Oh, yes,
car
yes. There was
systems
a
can.
column that showed brake pressure. So how much ever pressure was in the braking system, there was something there,
Right.
because at the same time, the value for is the physical brake being pushed was 0. So she never touched her brakes. Any brake pressure there would have been from the system.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think Brennan is making some points. It's hard for me to imagine that the jury is not getting weary. I don't know how much value to put into the reports from people inside the courtroom about how much they're paying attention. I have spotters that have done that for me in the past, and oh, you've really got juror this, or you're putting juror 9 to sleep, but you got to be really careful how much you can put into that. I've just seen it over and over and over again that, oh, the guy you're putting to sleep's the foreman, and it went your way, or the guy you've got in the bag, was one of the holdouts in a civil case where it doesn't have to be unanimous, and wasn't part of your team. I've seen that just too many times, but people taking notes, not taking notes, who knows?
I think that part of that comes down to how much they pay attention in the trial dictates kind of what opinions they're forming as it's going. But if you have a good enough closing argument, that could upset the whole balance. So no matter what happened during the trial, if you give a good enough closing argument, you can convince somebody there, then it's not going to matter.
Yeah, there's this famous study that we're all taught in trial school, or gets tossed around a lot, that 80% have decided the case by the time opening argument is concluded. It was from one study in San Diego from a long, long, long time ago. But it's that primacy recency case. Travis's law on who juries go for is they go for who they like.
That's very true.
And whether that's the defendant, the defendant's lawyer, the prosecutor, particular victim, and why these things are very, very difficult to predict, except if you just have a totally unlikable client, whether civil or criminal. It's they go with who they like generally. But it's groupthink, and you look at all the factors. I didn't take psychology, but I know a little bit of enough that there's so many factors in groupthink that that's why good jury consultants who have a strong psychology background can be just so invaluable. But yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to dig up the jury form and get that to Kurt, and try and do a little research, because everyone keeps asking what's the minimum, what's the maximum, and try and have some definite answers
for the murder
on that.
conviction, it's
And,
life.
right.
And for the manslaughter, 20 years?
2 to 20, 2 to 20. And then one of those There's actually 4 lesser included. One of those, I think, is 2 to 5.
Yeah.
And probation eligible. But I'll see if I can make a chat for Kurt that he can refer to and get him that in Discord. And then other than that, I look forward to having a bourbon or two when it's 5 o'clock. Oh, it's 5 in Boston.
Yep.
Almost.
4:55.
Well, I definitely like bourbon too, although I haven't been drinking as much recently, but right about now sounds pretty good. I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off the stream. Thanks, Travis, for dropping by. If you want to drop by on next week, you're more than welcome to. We'll be here.
Oh, thank you for having me. Sincerely, it was an honor to be on with you. Like I've said, I've really enjoyed your presentation.
If you want to geek out about a Supreme Court case, let me know.
Okay, absolutely. And I'll try and get you that research, and we'll be ready to talk about it next week. And yeah, I look forward to popping on here and there for an hour or two and giving Tony a break. And yeah.
All right, guys. Well, until next week, I've been on Civil Law. I hope you have a great one. Till later, my friends. Cheers for now and goodbye.